Good morning, everyone. It is Friday, February 16th, and I'm going to call this meeting of the Public Education Commission to order, and it is 9 o'clock. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Beck to full roll, please.
Commissioner Burt.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Armijo.
Here.
Commissioner Manis.
Here.
Chair Gibson.
Here.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Here.
Commissioner Ingham.
Here.
Commissioner Klostasilich.
Here.
We have a quorum of 10. Commissioner Brower.
Present.
He was overcome by excitement.
Just remember, it's my first time. I'll get better.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Carrillo to lead us in the pledge, and Commissioner Ingham in the salute to the New Mexico flag. Okay, I'm good. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Yeah, we should.
We are on to item number 2, approval of the agenda.
I move to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Ingham. Do roll.
Yeah.
Commissioner Klostasilich.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower.
Yes.
Commissioner Manis.
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
Chair Gibson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Beck, yes, it's 10-0. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
There's a 10.
Thank you.
Because
We
I'm
are
screwed.
on to item number 3, which is open forum. And Lucy, you indicated there are 3 people online for public comment.
Correct. The first one is Chris Stout Brady. Chris, please state your full name and spell it out for the court reporter.
Hi, my name is Christopher Stout Bardy. It's STOUT-BARDEY.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Well, I typed this out, so I'm just going to read it. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. And thank you all for the work that you do in service of our kids in Las Cruces and around the state, and especially for the support and guidance you provide to charter schools. I worked previously for 8 years at La Academia Dolores Huerta Charter Middle School, founding the visual art program there in 2010, which grew, as did the school population, until I left in 2018. I then taught art and career tech ed classes for 4 years at Rio Grande Prep Institute, a high needs alternative high school in Mesilla, and then came on half-time at Alma de Arte Charter High School in August of last year. I also teach art as an adjunct instructor frequently for both DACC and NMSU. I was let go from Alma in December because, according to Chief Academic Officer Adam Amador, someone at the New Mexico PED told him there were too many art teachers. I'm aware that several PED officials are working closely with Dr. Amador and the governing council at Alma to address governance and operational issues, and I'm grateful for that. I cared deeply about the students I was working with last semester and about the arts community and arts education in general in Las Cruces. And so I urge you to consider what Dr. Amador says with extreme skepticism and to look carefully at his words and actions, such as speaking pejoratively about staff, students, and parents in group settings at the school, disenrolling students with little notice and no corrective action, expediting teacher dismissals, which unnecessarily deprive students of class time in both core subjects and electives, refusing to meet with teachers in staff meetings, or in many cases to even reply to their emails, trumping up charges to justify a teacher's administrative leave, and then leaving that teacher and her students in limbo by not resolving the issue in a timely manner. I will submit today a licensure complaint against Dr. Amador that explains these points in detail and with multiple items of evidence. We must provide our children with educators who behave with honesty, kindness, and professionalism, and who put the kids first in all that they do. I don't say this lightly. It is my professional opinion that Dr. Amador should not hold a position at any educational institution in New Mexico. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next, I have Jen D.
Good morning, Jen, and you can unmute yourself and please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Davis. I'm a resident of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and my daughter, I wasn't expecting to talk. I wanted to listen in and support those, like your previous speaker there. So I'm a little bit unprepared, and I apologize. My daughter was a student at Alma de Arte, and I recently transferred her to a public high school due to all the issue that Chris has listed out. And so I just wanted to support those who probably were a little more prepared than I was, and give voice, or I thought this would be more chat in the chat box, but I apologize. But I just want to support those who have complaints. I did witness students and parents being avoided by Dr. Amador, and sort of some of that's anecdotal, and but I think that I am concerned with what is going on at Alma de Arte. And I want to support those parents who are continued, or who are still there, and who are not forced out as we were. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have David.
Good morning, David. You can unmute yourself and please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is David Kwichinski. The last name is spelled Kwiceinski. Okay, I would like to just reiterate what everything was said before, but I might want to add the word bullying. That administrator down there is a real bully, and to put it frankly. And also, I want to make the comment that this seems like, or what's going on in Alma seems to be part of a national trend. And what we're seeing across the nation is this kind of assault on many public school systems. And whether you're looking at articles from the Texas Observer or any other hard-hitting muckraking journalism that's out there, there's a lot of people reporting on this national conservative Christian nationalist movement to sort of attack public school systems and to force an agenda that most people don't really want to adopt. And I think we need to look at it, and we need to protect ourselves from it. Okay, that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's it, correct? Oh, sorry, we have one more.
Finally, we have Janet. Janet.
Good morning, Janet. You can unmute yourself and please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you can begin whenever you're ready.
Oh, good. It finally gave me something so I could unmute. Okay. Sorry for the delay. I'm just here to, I guess,
Janet,
tie it all together.
Janet, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes. So Janet, Janet, last name is 2 words. Van, VAN, second word COBLIJN. There have been all sorts of egregious things done to teachers, students, parents, and so on, particularly by the new administration, Dr. Amador and his assistant, but also the governing board has some serious issues. And nothing was more relevant to me since I had to transfer my son to a different charter school, New America, and I attended their board meeting last week, and it was night and day. It was about the students, it was about the community, it was about rewarding and fostering education and culture and community. And then the board proceeded to know what they were talking about, analyze statistics, which were presented in comparison to Las Cruces Public Schools. It's either state or national statistics. There were specific details on the budget. The meeting was even held via Zoom like this one, and none of which Alma has been able to implement, nor do they want to, in the last almost 2 years that I've attended. So I know that many different issues have been raised with PED and PEC and then other entities, but it's gone on far too long. So thank you for your time and your work. And I hope that this will get some swift attention, since this seems to be a proven track record or a proven behavioral pattern for Dr. Amador, and it's endangering students' mental health and many other things. So
Thank you very much.
That's all.
Oh, thanks. No one from the audience signed up, correct? We're not forcing you. We are now on to item number 4, school highlights and spotlight. And once again, reminder, there's no discussion or action taken. So commissioners, do we have anything? Commissioner Carrillo?
I do have something. Kudos to Monte del Sol Charter School. And what I'm going to do is just read the little paragraph in each of these areas about their achievements. So the Monte STEM team wins at the Governor's STEM Challenge. At the Governor's STEM Challenge on January 20, Monte del Sol won a showcase award from Urenco USA for their project, Blueberry, a Friend for Life. In this project, a team of 11 students created an interactive teddy bear that operates with a Raspberry Pi microcomputer to incorporate dialogue and a graphical user interface to support the mental, physical, and emotional health of its user. And that's just one piece of their achievement. And the other is that their future, the Monte del Sol Future City team is going back to Washington, D.C. for a national competition, which is super cool. Anytime our kids get to leave New Mexico and go someplace, and I know that when I was on the Santa Fe board, Capital Kids, and there was a wonderful benefactor that donated a lot of money so the entire DECA club could go to Florida for the competition and everything. It was just, you know, many of our kids have never left New Mexico, and what a great opportunity to leave. So anyway, they go to DC. I hope they spend an extra couple of days there. So our amazing Tiny Futures team has done it again. They took home a trophy and another first place award. They're returning to Washington, D.C. for the national competition. That's this month. So we'll probably read about them in the Mexican later this month. Students Ahmed Maz, Wesley Nixon, and Prahi Chaudhary with their mentor Hajar Maz did an amazing job working over winter break, after school, and on weekends preparing. They got a lot of support building the model from Isaac and Camille Aragon. And for more information about that, I know the New Mexican did an article about this. So, and for any of the leaders listening, you know, anytime you have an achievement that you want highlighted that your kids have done, just let your respective commissioner know, because there's nothing we love more than celebrating our kids. That's why we're here. All right, thanks.
So I have two. I want to congratulate Raices del Saber Chinachli Community School and New America School, because they have received the Innovation Grant Zone for next year. So I'm excited because it allows the schools to use funds, certainly that they didn't anticipate having the opportunity, and to further implement, especially their missions in the school. So congratulations to them. And I'm also going to congratulate Alma de Arte because their dance performance team came in first. NMSU hosted a dance performance competition, and their dance performance team came in first. Alan?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just share that I had a chance to participate in Albuquerque Sign Language Academy's annual science fair at the end of January. And it's always just a beautiful place to go and see such young, just really smart and inspiring scientists put together some pretty amazing things. There was a young man who had like I didn't know you could do this with a voltmeter, but he figured out a way to hack that to gauge the amount of electrolytes within different types of sport drinks, to figure out what's the best sport drink to drink that actually does best for your body. Turned out to be orange juice was the best thing in terms of having the highest amount of electrolytes. And so I think this young man was like 6th or 7th grade, and it was just like phenomenal to see. And I saw so many other pendulums and small robotics, bridges, and it was just really fabulous to see young people with different abilities to communicate with me as a mono language person, to be able to talk through that line of difference. It's just always a beautiful thing to see. So I just wanted to give kudos out to ASLA and all the work that they do to make sure that all students are included in and just really showing and showcasing their science.
I guess I'll throw out my Gatorade now. Wasting my money.
Commissioner, Chair Gibson, Commissioner Armijo has her hand raised.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I also wanted to share that the Mark Armijo Academy has 4 students who have been selected through Johns Hopkins University to travel to Washington, D.C. and represent New Mexico and the South Valley of Albuquerque to advocate for their student agency. They're going to be presenting that to national senators, representatives, and policymakers. The student agency that they have been working on, and this is through Johns Hopkins University, It entails them learning through activities that are meaningful, relevant, and driven by students' interests, and they're often initiated with guidance from teachers. It truly empowers students by giving them a voice and a choice in their learning process, which leads to increased engagement and motivation. So yeah, so these kids, 3 out of 4 of these students who are going to be traveling to DC have never even been on an airplane before, or been out of the South Valley before, or been out of Albuquerque. So this is a huge accomplishment for them. And I want to just give kudos to the team at Marco Armijo Academy for their work with Johns Hopkins University. And yeah, just excited for them to go and to see what they report back for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to recognize Sidney Gutierrez Middle School. They are not a state authorized charter school, but they are a district authorized charter school. And I think that it's important for us to celebrate all of our charter schools and their accomplishments. So they like to congratulate them on winning their regional competition for the Science Olympiad. They're competing, I think, this weekend for the state competition. I think Sydney has probably over the last 20 years won that regional competition maybe 18 times. So they're a force in that area, and they continue to they typically go to state, place in the top 5 almost every year. So congratulations and good luck to them this weekend.
That's it? Okay. We are now on to item number 5, the consent agenda. So if no one has anything they want taken off, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Ingham and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. There's no discussion. Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Klasa-Silge. Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower.
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Chair Gibson.
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. 10-0, 10-4, 0 against.
Thank you. We don't have anything for item number 6 because nothing was taken off. And we have one for item number 7,
Yes,
which is introduction of the new head administrator.
Yes, Commissioners, as part of your consent agenda this morning was a new head administrator for Explore Albuquerque. Let's ask Mr. Jake Collender to come up and introduce himself. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. And press the green button. We always ask new head administrators to introduce themselves to the PEC and PEC to introduce themselves to new head administrators.
Good morning. And before you start, if you could just spell your name for the record.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner and Commission. I appreciate it. So my name is Jacob Kolander, Jacob, last name Kolander. Was able to make it up here today, and I apologize that after this I'll have to head back. We have an administrator out, but did want to just introduce myself to everyone and let you sort of match the face to the name. It was a pleasure of mine and certainly a surprise to be identified as someone to step into the head administrator role at Explore Academy Charter School. So I've been in public education for 22 years. I was an English teacher for 19 of those and then got into administration. I currently serve as the principal at Explore Academy and was recommended and approved by our governing board in December to take over the role of head administrator. So this will for sure be a new position for me, a new role. I've not served as a head administrator in a charter school prior to this, but I look forward to being able to work with and collaborate with the principals at the campuses that are in Albuquerque, our K-5 campus, as well as our 612 campus. The search for the new principal for the 612 campus is ongoing and includes a candidate who will be a part of a public stakeholder input session this evening at 3:30 on our campus. So I don't know if there are other questions you would like to ask. I'm certainly willing and able to answer any of them that you have for me, but that way you all kind of get a sense of who I am and this new position that I'm in. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. And thanks for a mid-year is always, becoming a new head administrator is always difficult because it's a whole new ball game. And there's some folks out there that are shaking their heads, and they're also a good support system in the Albuquerque area. So it's a pretty tight-knit community. So please, Charter School Division is here to support. Your fellow charter leaders are always here to support. So don't feel like you're alone on an island. So thank you.
I'm Commissioner Carrillo, and I represent kind of the Santa Fe, Rio Arriba Taos, all the way to the Colorado border. Thanks for stepping in and for your years of service for kids. I've always been very impressed with the Explorer curriculum, the model. And I know I have continued high hopes for your school. I know you're doing really well. And one of the things that I just had a thought of, I don't know, appropriate or not, is mentoring you all in Albuquerque, somehow mentoring the folks down in Las Cruces, because I know they're struggling. They've had a struggle, no secret, with administrators, and just any way that you can help lift Las Cruces up, because I think all of us here have high hopes for that school as well. And I know you're doing a great job in Albuquerque, and we look forward to everything you'll do in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. I appreciate that. One of the other roles that I took on along with head administrator is working as a director of administration with our team. So it's a support position to provide additional support for principals, both at the Las Cruces campus as well as the Rio Rancho campus. And so that's one of the roles that I kind of took on along with that. It's not a formal role in the way that a head administrator is, but it is someone that can perform as a thought partner with the administration down there. And so I do look forward to learning more about what's kind of going on at the campus and being able to support in that way. So thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks. Hi, Jake. So I'm not surprised that you are entering into this leadership role, because I've known Jake for several years now as part of the teacher leadership program here at the PED. And I just believe you're a natural born leader. So it just makes sense. Like, out of the group of all these teacher leaders, Jake was a leader among them. So intelligent, smart, passionate. So, and also I can also say this is where my intimate knowledge of having a student at this school comes in. Seamless transition as far as communication for the families, which was really, I mean, I didn't notice any difference, right? Changing head administrators mid-year, which I think is a testament to the system and you coming in and stepping into that role, and more people stepping up. Yeah, so congratulations on your new role. I'm very excited. I know I have full faith in your leadership abilities and your knowledge of education in New Mexico, and then your passion for students and your care is just top notch. So very happy that you're in a leadership role at Explore now, and congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Burt. I blush. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate your time.
We're now on to item number 8, which is discussion and possible action on Hosho Academy's amendment request to increase their enrollment cap.
Chair Gibson, would you like me to introduce the item?
Yes, but yeah.
Thank you for stepping up and sitting at the table. The head administrator from Hojo Academy, Julian Hillocks, sorry, is here. And I know she'll want to speak. I just want to let the commission know that in accordance with the PEC policy, she submitted the request for an increase in the cap from 728 to 1,200 students in a timely manner. And she provided the information that is uploaded into your folder, both the application and the CSD's analysis of the request. So I think of note is that there is a rather large wait list at the school. And so, in order for the school to fully enroll the K through 12 as it's already approved to, they would need an increase in the cap, or they would have to admit fewer students moving forward. There's some questions that you may want to ask, but I feel like we provided the full amount of analysis and information that is required in the policy. So thank you, Julianne, and make sure you press the green button and to spell your name when you speak.
Thank you. So I'm Julianne Hillock, Juliane, last name Hillock, Hillock. And I'm not really here to speak, but I'm just here to answer your questions, and unless there's something that you'd like me to address.
Commissioners, any questions? I guess the only thing that it's not a concern with the amendment, is the timing for, because I understand you have to add more square footage and so on, and I know how difficult construction is, and you also addressed in your letter there that the challenges that Gallup has with getting good staff for you. So do you just see any impediments in being able to roll this out in the time fashion that you want to?
At this point, I don't see any impediments other than our wait list will be longer than what we can accommodate, I think, and that's heartbreaking. If I think somebody would like to come to my school, I would like to serve those students, but we can only do what we can do responsibly. And so 1,200 is a little high. I think our cap would be closer to 1,083. However, we have entertained the idea that we should offer a preschool program. And in order to do that, I wasn't sure if those students fall within the cap or not. So and when I talked to early childhood, they weren't sure. So I just put it all in to the whole thing. So that's why we asked for 1,200, but we'll be about 1,083. And right now we're K-10 and we're adding 11th and 12th grade. And so that will fall right in and give us a little wiggle room for students who may siblings and children of staff to attend without having to come before the commission again to ask for another increase. But I will probably be back to ask for a square footage and some adjustments to accommodate some of those students. And I suppose that's the one impediment, is finding the funding and figuring things out financially to make sure that we meet those needs and can provide the facilities that we need. We have a plan in place, and so this was just step one of that plan.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, wonderful news. I would wondering if you could go over your kind of your timeline for how you're adding each of those and how soon the construction is looking to. Do you already have a design, that kind of stuff, and have you already talked to the SFA about their approval of the design?
So it's hard to know what's the chicken and what's the egg in the process. And so in order for us to move forward with exploring the ideas of bonds and other financial opportunities, we had to demonstrate that we'd have the growth to support the cost. And so this was step one. In rolling out, we have been adding about 100 students a year. And so we've been doing that this is year 6 of adding 100 students a year. So if our final cap is 1,083, and right now we are at about 700, So that would be about 3.5 more years of rolling that out in the same way that we have been rolling that out each year. And what was did I miss a part of your question?
Or just how far along on the project are you? Are you at a stage where you have at least a design firm, or what kind of?
We have a dream.
mechanism? You have a dream,
We
okay.
have a dream, and we have worked with some architects in order to put a campus plan together, and working with Paul Aguilar to come up with a facilities master plan to submit to PSFA. So we're working on that, and what $20 million bought 6 years ago, what $20 million buys today, and what 20 million will buy when we're ready to build, it's hard to know. We're just exploring all those avenues. And right now we have the ability to hold everybody within the campus, but it wouldn't be very functional. And so in order to provide more opportunities and to expand the way we'd like, we'd have to add a new building and upgrade the ones that we have. So, but it's in the works.
That's wonderful, and I hope we have some new opportunities for funding coming up. That's what I'm doing. So, thank you very much for your work. I really, really appreciate it. I hope I can come visit your campus sometime.
You're all welcome anytime.
So I guess I'm assuming that you're going to apply for CSP grant money.
Yeah, so that's the timing of this, was
Right.
not doing it at the time that we renewed, but having to wait until
Right,
we understood what was available.
right.
Right.
Okay, thanks. Making sure. Commissioners, if there's no, oh, sorry, Mr. Carrillo?
Thank you for being here, because I know your school's pretty far away, and it means a lot when people come in person to us. Just curious about, because I know about transportation and food service with the increased number of kids. I know there were, not just for your school, but like middle college and others in the area, there's real challenges with transportation, mostly because of complete non-cooperation and obstinance from the district. So how are you going to accommodate transportation for the increased number of children?
It is a challenge the way the funding is structured, so that we have been operating for an entire year without any funding whatsoever. And given that in our area, we're not talking about a couple block radius for our school, we're talking 20 miles in every direction. So it is a huge challenge, but at least by the end of this school year, then we will have some funding for that, because we've been doing it out of operational. And so this is the hardest year. And going forward, we'll be able to address that. But it's not without its challenges for a charter school to provide transportation, especially in our area.
All right. So on the transportation side, I don't know if we talked about it this year, because it was I don't know why I'm echoing, because it was a short session, but perhaps for the next legislative session, we can introduce something where charters are not left out of the transportation mix. They shouldn't have to be on their own. And these are public school kids. They should have transportation just like everybody else. And it's super duper important. And it's one of the things I know on the equity side, it keeps some kids from being able to attend the charter that they really want to attend. And in some districts, they're just stuck with the school that's in the neighborhood they can take a bus to. And that's not right. That's not what total equal access is. And I know that we're committed to that. So that's something for us to look at and for Julia to write down for the next. I know, I see you typing over there. And so great. And then on food service, I'm not remembering how you handle food service on your campus, because you have a lot of kids and you feed them all.
Yeah, that's another challenge that has been particularly difficult this year, where we made a commitment to all fresh, no processed foods. And then we provided lunch in August for 700 kids, 1,400 meals, August, September, October, November. It wasn't until the second week of December that we received the first reimbursement. So it's extremely difficult to provide food services for 1,400 meals a day for 6 months. And then the first installment was $40,000. And our monthly bill for food is $100,000. So we received $40,000 after 6 months. And it was through the company, we use a vendor, a third party to provide the service. It was because they were willing to wait for payment that we could continue to pay for food. So it's been a particular challenge.
Well, thanks to them for doing that and also for even having the ability to be able to float an account like that. Well, certainly, if you have any ideas of how we can help, I think everyone on this dais would agree that kids can't learn if they don't eat, if they're not nourished. And so we're 100% committed to anything that we can do to help on that side, transportation too.
Yes, I would appreciate that. It's something that causes a lot of conflict because in order to provide the transportation and the food, I have to take it out of something else. And
Right.
so it's not just that we have it or don't have it. It's also, can we afford to buy that curriculum? In our community, oftentimes, anything that you might ask a student to purchase, it puts a strain on a family. I remember that a time we had a event in a family, we asked the families to bring bring two 2 liters of soda so that they could do the ring toss. And a family sent me an email saying, could they just bring one? And it's hard to really think about the impact that that transportation and food have on a family when without that, they'd be driving 20 miles a day, twice a day to and from to drop off and pick up their children. And the food that we provide, also when we do all fresh, no processed food, to teach through that, not just to provide them with that nutrition, but to teach them what it looks like to have a balanced meal. And our food has been an attraction for some of our students to come to our school. So, but it's become increasingly difficult to provide the all fresh, no processed food, given the amount that we're reimbursed.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all you do in your efforts. And again, appreciate you being here in person very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Klobuchar.
Good morning. Thank you for being here and thank you for providing us all this information about your charter school. I just want to give you feedback on a meeting that I attended, Eastern Agency meeting. And at that meeting, a parent stood up and complimented you all very highly on what's being done with her her child. And she indicated that her child, her son, has learned tremendously. I guess she was talking about last year and what and she indicated that it's like her son has finally woken up, where there was a time when he just had no interest in school, didn't want to school. And so she said, now it's a complete opposite. And she was very happy. And so there was a school administrator from Gallup, McKinley, who stood up and said, well, this was his remark. He said, well, I think we know where some of our missing students are going then. Mm-hmm. So that was an interesting remark for me to hear because in Central Consolidated, we have the same problem where we have a lot of students who have just disappeared since COVID. And the question is, where are they? And I think they're slowly finding that they have moved with their families elsewhere. And so I was very pleased to hear that about the school. And so kudos to you all. You're doing a phenomenal job. And then there was another lady who stood up and said that she had heard a lot of good things about the school. So I think word is getting out there about the charter school. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, real quickly, in terms of the issue with the food service and the lack of timely payment, we're on the food service subcommittee. And I'm thinking that next Friday, when we have the PED person coming here, we can certainly bring this situation up specifically, since it's on the record, and see what we can do to dig a little deeper into that. Because, my assumption, which might be correct or incorrect, is if it's happening to you, it might be happening to more charters than just you. So we'll dig into it next Friday.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think normally schools can float a little bit with their reserve, but because we implemented transportation this year, that has pulled all of our resources, and then to not have the reimbursement. And then the understanding that we had was that meals would be free for New Mexico students. And yet, even with this, the secondary supplemental reimbursement, it's about 70% of our bill. So we are out of operations is about $30,000 a month. So $300,000 a year to provide food beyond what we are reimbursed. And even when we're reimbursed several months later, it makes it extremely challenging, and to provide the transportation out of operations as
Yeah, well, the number I'm looking at is 100,000 times 5 months, August to December, is 500 grand, and you got 40,000 reimbursed.
Exactly.
That's not good. So we'll dig into it.
Thank you.
Are we ready for a motion? Sure. Sure. There,
A motion that we approve this amendment.
there's language in
Oh,
our
shoot.
drive.
Somebody else have it?
Okay, I'll do it. Okay. I move that oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong motion. I move that the Hosho Academy's amendment request to increase enrollment cap be accepted, and that the contract to Hosho Academy be considered to be amended to reflect the change.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Brower. If there's no discussion, Commissioner Beck?
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Mr. Klosner-Silich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Secretary Beck, yes.
Carries 10-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And thank you once again for traveling up here to speak with us. We appreciate it.
Thank
Safe
you.
travels
I
back.
enjoy this visit. It seems so scary sometimes to come down. And so it's like, the more I'm here,
Right.
the easier it gets.
Thank you.
Juliet,
Thank
we'll see
you.
soon. Take care.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Sometimes I enjoy it too. Can we just take a short 10-minute break? Thanks. So, commissioners, as we're all getting back in place, I am going to say that it's going to be very helpful for you to have the motions up No, no, not for that, but for these in particular, because the motions are specific, we're going to have to look at that language specifically for each of the schools. So if you could get those up, because what I'd like to be able to, I'll turn it over to Julia first for her to give an explanation as to how some of the motions were created.
So Chair Gibson had asked for a slightly different thing, which is to have you accept all the CSD reports all at once and separate that out. That's a little bit different from how we did it last time. So there's a first motion for that. That's number 9 on the agenda. Number 10 is you all making your own decisions on them. There is a first draft motion with, well, let me tell you, there are 2 documents. There's the draft motions document, and then we have taken the list that Dr. Russell created in terms of where the schools rank as opposed to each other, and added a column for the 5 that you did last time, and highlighted in yellow the 20 that are here now, just so that you can see where they lie in connection to each other. And then 5 of the schools are spotlight or excellence schools. They are proposed in a first motion together, those 5 schools. The next, every other school after that, and just because I drafted the motion doesn't mean that's the way you want it. So we'll get it the way that you want it. But the next schools, I have identified as and pulled from the report their VISTA score, their designation, and the combined academic score. And anything on academics that certainly looked lower than the state or the district is flagged. Negative growth is flagged, particularly if they have low proficiency. But the negative growth only is relevant as it relates to students who are not proficient. A proficient student is a proficient student, and if they grow just a little bit, then if they're still proficient every year, that's what you're looking for. So that's where that language came from. Anything in red, any highlighted red comment in the organizational or financial framework is here. Nothing else is here. So if there, to say that another way, if there's something in yellow that you are concerned about, you would need to add that. I also did not, while CSD identified for you the reason for all the red, if it was red, I put it in the motion. Last thing is you'll see several of the motions, there are 2 options. They often are this one. You can choose a notice of exemplary performance, a notice of satisfactory performance, a notice of unsatisfactory performance, or you can put them on the intervention letter, and you can put them on the intervention letter. So for satisfactory and unsatisfactory, sometimes I drafted 2 for you. And the difference is the overall kind of notice. So if you want an overall notice of unsatisfactory performance, you did that once out of the last 5. That's an overall notice and identifying the concerns. The second option is satisfactory performance. You still think overall they are doing satisfactorily, and then did the same thing, listed the issues of concerns as those individual unsatisfactory performance items. There's a couple of places I know that Director Chavez is going to mention a couple of things, and there's a couple of specific things in the motions per school. Well, just what, you're not going to add to that. Well, then I could tell you just a couple of things. There was only one school that provided input to the PEC, and that's the Great Academy. That has been uploaded in their documents. 2 schools have conditions. Those are uploaded in your documents. And I think you should address the condition as well as the annual report. And then finally, there's a red highlight from Monte del Sol on 5- and 6-year graduation rate. It was lower than the district in the state, but their 4-year graduation rate was not. So I wasn't sure to put that in there. So that's why that's highlighted.
I'd also like to mention that this morning, we discovered that the narrative for the DEEP report did not capture a fix that should have happened. In these reports, we're commenting on whether the school had late quarterly reports submitted to school budget. And there's some errors in the tracker that we received from school budget. So if the school was able to show evidence that they submitted on time, or in this school's case, that they reached out because there was a problem with the system, the electronic system, so they were attempting to get technical support to submit on time, then we changed it. So there's only 1 quarter in which the report was late. The other quarter they attempted and didn't get the technical assistance on time. So you'll see that that report was uploaded to your folder by Lucy just a few minutes ago.
Okay, so we don't need to identify it as amended. It's correct in the documents right now.
It's correct in the folder right now. It's not,
Motions.
I don't know if the website has been fully uploaded yet. We have that and the Great Academy that we're amending on the website, because we added the notice from the school about their report for the Great Academy.
I still think the motion chair reads the right way, so.
Okay.
So.
We want to mention the chart with the vistas and, oh, okay.
So just you can also pull up the Vista chart. It's another document 00 at the very top next to the motions. And it shows you in an order and what you did. And actually, it actually worked for me, because I actually had one school mixed up and I thought, well, wait, how did they do that? And so it actually helped me to go back and look to see. You don't need to vote exactly that way, but like you discussed yesterday, if you're differentiating between schools and you articulate why, then that's certainly a rational and not an abuse of discretion for you to do that.
Okay, so we will, number 10 should be quick and easy, but then when we get to 11, what we will do is we'll take a small pause before each of the schools so that commissioners can look at the motions. If you want to look at the annual report real quick again. Oh, 10, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, yeah, I'm sorry. I had yeah, 9 is going to be the quick one, and then 10. So then 10, we'll take a short pause at each of the schools, and you'll be able to look at the motions, look at the annual reports real quick, and see if there's anything in addition that you would like to add to the motion, and then we can discuss that. If not, we'll vote and move on. So the first item is item number 9, which is simply the acceptance of all of the annual reports, period. We good with that? So I'm going to move that the PEC accept the annual reports for school year 22-23 provided by the Charter School Division by the schools identified in the agenda 9A through 9I. T, sorry. I should put my glasses on. There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Commissioner Beck?
Okay, before I take this, I just want to tell you, I'm going to go straight through with the same cadence here for all these so that I don't get confused. I am not as proficient at this as Commissioner Armijo, so I am a true newbie. So don't get offended, Commissioner Armijo, if you're last on the list of all these. So I'm just going to go the same way. So Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Kloster-Silic.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
It's 10-4-0 against.
Now we are on to 10A, which is
Your microphone, Madam.
sorry, apologize. So those are the 5 schools that were designated as excellent schools. And Spotlight, yeah. So,
I'll move.
okay,
Move that the PEC provide an annual report notice indicating a notice of exemplary performance to the following schools: 21st Century Public Academy, the Ask Academy, House Integrated School for the Arts, Master's Program, Montessori Elementary and Middle School.
Second.
the motion by Commissioner Ingham and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Is the wording okay?
I didn't finish the motion, but
Yeah.
is it okay? I mean, does it need to be?
It needs to be on there.
Oh, do you want that? Okay, yeah.
Can I amend the motion to include the notice? of the-
Microphone, please.
Oh, I turned it off, sorry. I would like to amend the motion to include the last sentence, the notice to the Montessori Elementary and Middle School letters should identify a concern with the timeliness of filing budget reports that should be corrected.
I'll approve that part as well.
Passes as amended. We are now on, so do we have to take it? We have to take another vote because we amended it. Yes.
We didn't take it the first time. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I thought
We just did
we did the first part, sorry. I'm moving myself along really fast.
Gibson.
Yes,
Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Kloster-Silic.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt. Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower. Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
And Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
That, 10 votes for, 0 votes against.
thank you very much. So now we are on to 10B. And the first school in 10B is Amy Beal High School. So once again, please look at the motion. Take a look back at the at the annual report and see if there's anything that you would like to see added to that motion for that school. Oh, you did.
It's going to take a little time.
Yeah, it's just, you know, because with this thing, it throws me out. Commissioner Burt?
The only thing I don't think should be on there, I don't think we should put the math proficiency. I don't think it's, like, if we put every single school that's lower in proficiency, it's almost, so I feel like the growth for me is keeping that is for me the important part. When there's negative growth, that's what's more concerning to me. But highlighting their proficiency in math doesn't feel right to me.
Yeah, and I tend to agree because we're also trying to focus our attention more on growth than proficiency. Because you're right, schools across the state, almost everyone struggles with proficiency. So,
The only thing I'll add is that their math was lower than the state.
I
and
know,
That's
I'm
my,
aware, yeah. And I don't think I think growth is where I'd like to focus, not on the proficient. You know, where students are coming into the school, if they're below proficient, is not the fault of the school. But them growing their students from where they're at. This is a new assessment. It's still a new assessment. Like, it's still baseline assessment data. So I just don't feel good with it being like, pushing proficiency this year at this time. But the negative growth is a concern.
so I have a concern about setting schools up to not be able to meet, and then they're getting a notice next year of uncorrected, unsatisfactory, when we're setting that bar at this moment in time at proficiency. You know, if they haven't met growth targets next year, that's a cause for concern and the uncorrected. But I fear that there will be many schools that would not meet proficiency by next year. It's just, it's not a reality. So it's the growth. So I'm real comfortable with taking that out. Commissioner Ingham?
Okay, I'm gonna say, I am somewhat confused with the growth statistics that we've been presented, because on several schools that were high-performing schools, their growth was negative. And I'm just kind of dumbfounded at that. I guess I can understand how if you were already proficient and you didn't make progress, but many of them look like real drastic turns to the negative. I don't understand that. I don't understand how a school could go from being with proficient students and have such wildly negative growth. And this school otherwise is everything else. I mean, yes, they're struggle with math. We have seen that across the board, but the fact that this school ends up on the what is it, as a school needing support, when they have been, up till now, I thought they were really an exemplary school. So could somebody fill me in on this? I really don't understand.
Well, I am going to ask Bridget to jump on in a second and help, but I think I need a little clarification. So, was the school identified as a school that needs support because of their growth, or was it because of many were identified because of their graduation rate?
This one's English
So
learners.
that you'd have to look at.
This school's English learners is what it was identified, ATSI for
I
English.
didn't know whether it was talking about this school or schools.
So Amy
You're
Beal,
talking about Amy Beal, this one.
that they are, so technically on as far as like the system, they scored 68 points, which is high for a
Yeah.
high school, but their English learner progress was low. So that's why they got ATSI for their English learner progress. Which that actually probably should be added to a concern.
Yeah.
That's what I would, yeah.
But it says,
Well, I'd like to check in with
Bridget,
Bridget, because I believe that is in the English language learners are one of the negatives in the sub.
They are, but I think we should call it out.
Okay.
so Bridget, do you want to help Commissioner Ingham and others with the subgroup challenge of understanding how that happens?
Yes, Commissioner Gibson, if you could tell me your exact question, then I will.
So Commissioner Ingham's because it's Commissioner Ingham's question.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm just confused how the schools that were they're proficient in several. I mean, it's obvious they're doing some things right on proficiency. They failed or they are low on math, but how we can go to such negative growth with a school that is, and drastically negative growth on a school that otherwise has been performing pretty well. I know I just have to take an overall view, but I don't understand how that could possibly be on growth.
Yes, so Chair Gibson, Commissioner Ingham, the growth data are problematic because, as the commission knows, there was no proficiency data for 2020 or 2021. So the growth data for 2022 was calculated for a 3-year jump between 2019 and 2022. So as I understand it, the growth numbers are not as reliable as they would be with a 1 year with a 1 year gap between scores. So next, when you review the 23-24 annual reports, the growth numbers for 2023 are going to be just growth from 2022 to 2023 and less problematic. These growth numbers, they're very extreme for some schools. And so if other metrics are good, if proficiency is good, I would not want to see you penalize a school for one growth percentage this year because of the 3-year gap.
Also,
Commissioner Beck.
also,
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Commissioner Creo went after Commissioner Ingham, so Commissioner Creo is.
go first, I don't care.
It,
All I was going to say is also in grades 9 through 12, the only assessment data you're getting here is 11th grade. That's it. And I don't know how they did it in 2020, but yeah, but right now you're just getting a 1 grade assessment. So that could vary dramatically.
So Commissioner Beck, you're correct. So for this year, because in 2019, we were still using not PARC, but the transitional assessment through Pearson. Their grades 9 and 10 were tested, and actually the 11th graders tested in 2022 would have been 8th graders in 2019, and so we did have proficiency scores for them. But yes, going forward, you're absolutely right. High school growth is going to be, all but impossible to determine simply from end of year summatives, because grade 11 is the only grade that's assessed in high school.
thank you. Commissioner Creo?
Understanding, excuse me, understanding, Dr. Russell, everything that you just said, I'm still concerned about the level of the negative growth in English language. 23 points. So I do think that that somehow needs to be incorporated into the motion in terms of, all things, I know you're not going to put all things considered, but all things considered, no, that's not very good. So it's a red flag for us. And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, I think the way in which the growth is done this year, I see where Deputy Director Russell's coming from about like not penalizing the school, but I also don't think saying that there was unsatisfactory performance and growth this year is penalizing them. Because I also think next year's VISTA scores, I think we're going to see them go really high, or really like some schools who were really good or looking really bad. Like, because I think this year, I think it's like from leaders I've talked to, when they look at their own data, they're like, we don't feel like it's reflected correctly in what we're looking at. But if we don't acknowledge the negative growth this year, and the negative growth does continue year over year, why did we not, we shouldn't skip over it this year just because it may be some wonkiness. But I think when it's next year and there's continued negative growth, then there's a pattern. But I think doing it this year and sending out the notices about the negative growth, I don't feel at odds about, because I think the head administrators already know it. everyone already knows that there is this negative growth. I guarantee as soon as they saw it, they started working on it already. So I just hope to see the, growth increase next year. And I know that's what all the head leaders are looking forward to doing as well. But I think we should acknowledge it this year regardless.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I would agree that this is just a recognition of information. This is not anything that's penalizing the school. It's, it's just recognition. So I think it's okay to keep it in there. Plus, if you're really working at it, think of the opportunity you have to excel next year when you show great growth. So for the school, it's kind of a, it's sort of a win, situation. So anyway.
So with that, I was going to make a motion, but Stuart had his,
Yeah.
put his hand up.
Okay, just want to ask one question. You guys are, the negative growth in ELL, right? Is what we're talking about. But then when you go up to the, percent proficient ELL, they don't have enough students to even register. They're masked because of population size in both math and science and English. So it would appear to me that we have a very small group of students that could be having a drastic effect on that score. They're clearly a small group of students. Am I correct? Well, it doesn't, the groups are masked due to population size.
So I can see their growth in all the charts.
Yeah. So what page are you looking at?
I'm looking at five.
Page 5? No, that's
six.
just a notation that
Yeah.
groups are masked. So that's, oh, sorry.
Yeah, so ELL is masked because of a low population,
But they're small group, yeah.
small group. So
You can still see their
yes, I see it.
data.
What I'm saying is it could be very skewed by a couple of students.
Well, then they need to take care of those couple students.
Okay, I understand, but
It
it's
also
just,
works, I think, both ways. I always hear the argument of small schools who say, oh, it's only 1 or 2 kids that would make a difference, but also it's only 1 or 2 kids that can also make a positive difference. So I don't think, I hear the small schools will say it's only a couple kids when it negatively impacts them, but they don't acknowledge when it easily positively impacts them as well.
so in the case of these, the growth curves that we're putting by subgroup, so we have where those groups were masked because of small performance of a small size.
Just the
This
number of students was masked.
Huh?
But just the number of students was masked, not their performance.
So I want to acknowledge that
Confused.
Commissioner Brower's had his hand up for a bit.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. Commissioner Ingham, I think that is a good deduction that you shared. I think that as Commissioner Burt was suggesting too, I think it cuts both ways, right? You see this and it's like, holy smokes, negative 23 points. We got to do something about it because each one of those children, if there's 3 children there, they all deserve the attention that they need. And especially with Martinez-Yazzie mandates, the emphasis on funding going out right now to support students who fall into that category, that this could be a place where the school could acknowledge its strength, but also see that it's falling a little bit short right now. And so they could adjust. And so I think this is a way of, this whole process is a way for us to work with our schools to say, hey, we're noticing the same thing. It's not a fist punch. It's an opportunity for us to support them. And so I think what you shared is exactly right. And so I know that the school leader and the school is thinking about, we got a specific group of students that we need to focus in on. And so they're going to adjust their budget, adjust their effort to make it happen. So I feel good about where the motion is.
Yeah. So Chair Gibson, if it's okay, I'm going to go ahead, since the corrections have been made to the motion, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Thank you, because the motion's just disappeared off the screen.
Oh, did they? Okay. Well, they're on my screen. So relative to Amy Beal School, this is what, not 9B? So I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Amy Beal High School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the Vista's designation of ATSI EL as unsatisfactory performance, identify the unsatisfactory performance related to the negative growth for all students and for all student subgroups as listed on pages 7, 8 of the annual report, specifically as it relates to students who are not proficient. Both items listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
And with that second, is there any discussion? I just have the one thing to say relative to, and Becca made a good comment about this. Saying something's an unsatisfactory performance is it's not a gut punch. It's just saying, hey, just as Commissioner Brower said, it's, hey, we noticed this. Please take care of it. That's all. So I made the motion and, yeah,
I'm looking.
I'm sorry.
Microphones, please.
Seeing no one wanting to comment, Commissioner Beck?
Chair Gibson,
Yes?
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Commissioner Hingham,
Yes.
Mr. Klasich,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt. That's 10 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passed.
We are on to 10C, which is Deep Charter School. So if commissioners will once again look at the motion, look at the annual reports quickly. And if you have any questions. 10C Deep. I do.
Yes. Oh, I'm so. So I guess we could just say, just call it DZ in short.
They use the acronym DEEP.
Okay. Okay, it's pronounced I don't know how to pronounce, because I don't know what that word's supposed to be.
Honestly, yeah, well, I'm good with keeping it at deep. You know, I always feel like not honoring them well by not being able to pronounce their name, but I'm kind of embracing the challenge.
Okay, it's Fuzzy Mountain, but that isn't the way I would spell it. So it's that's the way you'd say it, but that isn't the way it's spelled. Okay, okay, yeah, right.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion fully acknowledging that it's going to be discussed, but getting the motion in place. So, item 9C, I wish I could pronounce it too, the deep school. So where's the? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, I got confused in looking at it. I move that the PEC provide an annual report of notice of unsatisfactory performance to what's referred to as the School of Empowerment, Action, and Perseverance, DEEP, related to academic performance on pages 4 and 6 of the annual report, including academic growth and organizational concerns listed on page 10 of the annual report, indicators 2B and 4C, which should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Burt. Do commissioners have anything else they wish to add to this motion?
Well, we're not to the motion, no, but for discussion.
Right.
I would,
At this point,
implore,
we change it.
Right. And then we would amend the motion.
Right.
Because you made the motion.
oh, yeah, that's right.
So
That's fine. It stands.
that kind of
That.
precludes us, if we have a question, from asking, but that's okay. I
You know what, I
think we're
can-
okay. But yeah, It does.
But if someone does have a question and wants to discuss something, I'll withdraw the motion because I wasn't,
No, I think we're good.
okay.
We will amend the motion if we have to. So commissioners, does anyone have anything they wish to add to this motion? Any discussion on the motion? All right, Commissioner Beck.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Commissioner Ingham, Commissioner Kloster-Sillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt, Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
There are 10 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. We are on now to 10D, which is La Academia Dolores Huerta.
This is the reporter. I'm not hearing the yeses on some of the votes. Not
Okay.
hearing specifically Commissioner Burt.
Commissioner Burt,
So Commissioner Burt did vote yes.
I'm assuming it would be reflected when Commissioner Beck reads the readout at the end, but I don't hear them to write them down.
Cindy, have you heard Commissioner Burt? Because she's also spoken on other things, or it's just,
I'm not hearing her regularly on her votes, but I'm hearing her otherwise. Thank you.
weird.
I would just say that relative to La Academia Dolores Huerta, that even though there might be progress in certain areas, I think that I recognize that there are so many schools that sometimes will applaud for now getting to the 35% mark or the 38% mark. But that's not good enough. And I would just say everyone needs to stretch and consider what's possible. You know,
So that you're,
I mean, the way the motion's written and everything, that's fine. I agree with it. But I just want, it's just, yeah.
okay. So if, are commissioners ready for a motion?
The only
Okay.
thing I'm conflicted by with this school is, and I think it's going to be for a couple others, is when they're in that category where they probably would have been considered a traditional school without one subgroup, right? And so I'm just, I don't know about the overall, like overall, if you look at the data outside of the designation of them having ATSI, because, sorry, so I'm overall, they seem satisfactory. And then highlighting the negative growth in math, their ATSI, designation being highlighted versus giving them an overall unsatisfactory doesn't feel right. So I'm just conflicted in these, like, when they have the TSI designations, especially, on that overall performance, designation.
So I have a question related to that because I remember a couple of years ago, and actually it was in a discussion with this school that they had the designation, and they said it's a designation that carries for several years, so that their scores actually at that time looked decent, but they still had the designation, and they said we can't get rid of it. It's on us for at least 2 years at that time. I don't know if that's still the case. So do the designations now go away every year with this new system? Because I know they used to receive the designation for at least 2 years. And there was no way you could move out of that until after the second year. Right, yeah. So I don't know if this is a carryover designation or a brand new. I think that might,
Chair Gibson, schools got a designation, and then when the results came out, they got a new designation. I don't know what will happen next year.
okay, okay. But I kind of agree. You know, it's almost like that, we kept one school in the excellent spotlight, even though they were 2% below something. And we still kept them there at the Spotlight Excellent in that batch that we made the motion of the 5. So, you know, and it's that perennial question as a teacher always says, oh, I was 1 point away from the B, I was 1 point away from the C. But this isn't just a singular test. This is you know, it's a report that we're giving an overall designation to. So I kind of agree with that. That is it just because of that group and really not and they're only a couple points away, do we make it an overall unsatisfactory?
So can I do a follow-up real quick?
Sure.
So I would say what I would like to be changed in what the draft one is. I like that you added in the Vistas designation. So I'm looking at satisfactory performance overall, but then the Vistas designation of the ATSI students with disabilities. And instead of just all academic performance, I think it should be math growth. And then the students with disabilities is already highlighted by their ATSI designation. That's the only student group in reading that is negative. And then actually they're not in math. So
Can you tell me the
some
page numbers?
So actually, yeah, it's actually just pages 6 and 7 is the only places where I see that should be like pointed out for them, not the whole entirety of it. Because I don't think that's appropriate for the rest of it. There's a negative growth in math. And then and on the chart right below that, it shows the negative growth in students with disabilities in language arts. And then it shows several different student groups who have negative math percentage growth. Even though their overall math percentage growth is above, but the student groups, there's several student groups that are being underserved on page 7.
So we keep the word math growth, though.
Math growth overall, and then student groups or student subgroups, sorry. I always I say student groups and that's what I mean is subgroup.
Math is
On pages 6 and 7.
6 and 7, yeah. Okay. Are we good with that? Good, okay. I'm gonna make, huh?
Yeah, no, you've corrected the motion and everything. The only thing that I have trouble with is, I don't think performance in the mid to upper 30s is satisfactory. For me, I mean, it's just, I don't think it is. And, you know, we're in New Mexico and, you know, people show up to work and you think that they get up in the morning and go to class and we give them a ribbon. But I accept the changes that you've made and I will accept the motion.
Do you want the word negative?
Ready? We good? Okay.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I'll do it. I move that the PC provide an annual report notice of satisfactory performance to La Academia de la Suerte and identify unsatisfactory performance related to the Vistas designation, ATSI, and SWD. Negative math growth and student subgroup growth on pages 6 to 7 of the annual report. The does not meet assessment on the first mission-specific goal and organizational concerns listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicators 2B and 3C, which should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
The motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasisilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson.
Yes.
There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
McCurdy is one of the 2 schools that has a condition. And my thinking is that the letter will discuss both, but I've got 2 motions. So you can take a look at what you were just doing on the annual designation and then go back and look specifically at the condition and what you want to do about that.
So I'm looking at, I'm sorry.
Rio?
I can't help it when I look at this stuff, the schools, and right now I'm on page 4 of McCurdy. And, we look at, so that's in the Espanola School District for anybody that may not be sure. And we look at the math score. I mean, based on the discussion we had yesterday, I just think this underscores why I brought that up yesterday as something that needs to be laser focused. And I know that we spent like an hour and a half or so discussing everything and moving everything around and introducing new ideas and concepts. But it's this that just, I can't help but think anything that we can do to assist schools in being laser focused right now on math. And that's not to say that there's not deficiencies for our schools in many other areas. But to me, this is an indicator looking at McCurdy of why that is so important to me.
I'm reading, sorry. Commissioner Burt?
Thanks. I think this is pretty straightforward for me. I think what I would support is that the school's satisfactory overall. The only thing I noticed that isn't in the motion right now is that the mission goals are both the mission goals were working to meet standard and for this school.
Yeah,
Three of them.
let me.
And I think that should be listed in there. Oh, yeah, there's,
So I did want to, that's one thing I did want to highlight for you all is the scoring on various mission-specific goals are different.
that's fine.
So
To me, it doesn't matter if it's whatever was agreed to and it's in working to meet, they're only earning 25 points on each, so I think it should be listed.
we're going to need to check that because it was, we just need to check the motions exactly the way you want it. So,
I think it's just the same, like it's still generic, that the mission goals need to be improved by next year. I don't want to, like, for me, I'm not trying to belabor this and be so specific. It's just that, hey, mission goals, we'd like to see those bump up next year. I'm not, no, just, I'm not even, it's not about like a lecture, nothing like that, just that we're acknowledging the mission goals are in working to meet, and that should be there. But I was very happy, like that, it was really cool to see the improvement on the condition, and just to see all those greens and yellows in this annual report is really, really cool. So kudos on that. That's a really great, that's the kind of movement we want to see year over year. So I think that's why for me, the satisfactory is a no-brainer. Like you're meeting like almost everything and receiving the traditional designation, you're killing it, but I mean, that's why I think it's easy. Let's look at the math for next year and then mission goals and be able to move on.
Yes, so I know this isn't an interactive session with the schools, and I didn't have a chance to speak with Ms. Tario before when public comment was happening this morning, but I spoke to her a minute ago, and this is slightly off topic, but I wanted to raise it on her behalf, and that is that she has a condition related to financial performance that was given to her at renewal, and the simple question is there ever any contemplation of changing that for this charter term, or does this follow her throughout, just because there's lots of improvement actions that are there, and the school has really been successful in making some financial improvements. Okay, great.
So just so commissioners know. Back.
Yeah, just real quickly, I want to echo Vice Chair Carrillo's issue with the math performance, both proficiency and growth from what we talked about yesterday. And I like the way that the motion is listed specifically when it talks about as it relates to students who are not proficient. So I do like the way that's worded. It really targets where the issues are. So it looks really good to me. Thanks.
Oh, you can go first. I don't care. First, I want to thank Ms. Tario for being here. Thanks very much. And even though I did point out the math thing, it's not for your school, it's basically the state as a whole, right? And we recognize that. I just want to echo what Commissioner Burt said. Just kudos on all of the other progress you've made. You know, I know a lot of times we point to different things in different areas where there's deficiencies and where we want improvement, but we also have to, you know, praise where praise is due. So thank you very much for the work you're doing, and thanks for coming. We love it when people come to the meetings.
Okay, before.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I was going.
Okay. So I should have done this before, because I would like to stop putting as, when we talk about the growth and it says specifically as it relates to students who are not proficient, I actually want to remove that from all of them, because even when students are proficient, I do expect growth. So I understand the reasoning why that was there, but I'm not of the opinion that just because a student's proficient, they should not grow, or it shouldn't be accountable for growth. So I want to have that removed from all of them. That it's just the growth, student groups growth overall. No, I think it's not a big deal. But I did think about it last and I forgot. So I'm just trying to put that in now.
So I agree with that, except that the conditions that we're meeting here are directed specifically to those that are below proficiency. So we expect growth everywhere, right? We do, But we need to pay special attention to those, I think, aren't meeting proficiency. And so I think that's what that says, right? Or does it limit it to?
I feel like it limits it, that we're saying if they're proficient, then it's not a part of this. That we're looking at the growth, but if you take out the students who are proficient, then I, I don't, I don't, I don't think this is a condition. It's just about, it's like, just all your students should grow. And I think adding in like specifically as it relates to students who are not proficient, I don't think that, I think students who are proficient are in the same exact
So
boat.
let me respond to that by the fact that we approved 5 schools initially that are excellent, that most of their students are proficient. We didn't include anything about growth in those. So I just really feel like the expectation in the annual report is that we're going to expect we're going to expect growth. All right. But in this case, our concern is that these specific students are not proficient, and we want to see growth in that area for sure. That's my argument.
And I know that's what Julia's argument was, but I don't agree with it.
I'm not trying to make an argument, so maybe that, but the point that I was looking at though is that you have adopted a new performance framework. And my understanding under the new performance framework, particularly if you choose that second option, is you can check the box one of 2 ways. One is proficient, check the box, you're done. The other is growth. So I was trying, at least in the language, I was trying to move your annual reports consistent with your performance framework. So,
But we are not on the new performance framework for this. So I'm not comfortable. This school might not even choose option 2 in the future. They may never be on that wavelength to be able to pull out something different. So this is, for me, I want to keep it. This is the old performance framework. I want to keep clear lines, like we're going to have to for the next like 5 years. Like there's going to be different performance framework for different schools. And I don't want to hold schools to the new performance framework or anything to do with it. Like I want to hold them to the old one while they're on the old one. And if there's tenets to the new one that we're trying to superimpose, I'm not super excited about that. I just still think, I think that's getting too in the weeds. That's what I think. It's just too, I don't know, I don't understand why you would say, I don't know why we would need to pull out the kids who are proficient and say that their growth is not included in that. I think if everyone's growth is included in this. So that's, I don't know how many kids are proficient that grew or not based off these charts. But that's why I don't think it's appropriate to have it in there right now.
You know, again, I get that, and I'm gonna disagree as well, because all of the bullet points that we're pointing out are areas of concern that we have. Students who are proficient are not currently a concern of where they're at this point.
They are to me.
They are in the future when we
well, no.
evaluate their growth.
So students who are listed as gifted or highly are in the top level are the highest dropout students in high school. So for me, not taking care of students who are like not growing students who are proficient, they drop out in high school because they're not growing. So them growing in elementary, middle school, and high school, to me is actually, they're in the same risk level as students that are high risk for other reasons. Gifted and exceptionally talented students drop out at incredible rates because they're not challenged in school. So I'm pretty passionate about proficient kids or exceptional kids still getting their needs met as well.
I am as well.
Yeah.
But I don't feel that that's the point of this, this particular annual report.
Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner. Oh,
I just have a quick point on.
okay, but Commissioner Brower had his hand up first. I thought you wanted to go. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I'm ambivalent on the language here. I think that shorter is better whenever we can do that. But I do I do feel like Commissioner Burt, Commissioner Taylor, I agree with both of your, I can see both of your points. For me personally, proficiency does not mean we take our foot off the pedal for those students. I think you all both are agreeing on that. And also the students who are furthest away from opportunity right now are the ones who are not growing and are not proficient. And I think that's a truth. They're the furthest away from the opportunities that we want them to have. And so I see specifically not indicating Commissioner Burt that they don't matter anymore. I just think it amplifies like the ones we want to especially see growth with students who are not proficient because they're further away from those opportunities. So I think spiritually we're in the same area. I think shorter is better as long as we all know and the school knows that we want to see continued improvement for all students, especially noting students who are furthest away is something that I feel is important. At the same time, I can hold that in my head saying that like Johnny, who is at 85% proficient right now in first grade, does not mean he's going to be there in fifth grade. And so we still got to continue to grow him. So not moving the needle in terms of coming to an agreement. I just think that it's shorter is better. If we all know what it means.
You want to change the word to especially as it relates to students who are not proficient?
You know, I'm not the wordsmith in this commission, but if that would feel any different, I think that would be fine. For me, if I look at this, if the last phrase is taken out completely from specifically on, like I still think that I feel like we're still saying to the schools that we need to make sure that we're seeing growth and for all students. But I do think there is an emphasis for me in terms of like, I want to see like growth from students who are furthest away. I think that's like an important value.
Thank you. Commissioner Manus and then Commissioner Carrillo.
Thank you. So I think, and I agree with Commissioner Byrd on this. The reason being is because we do not have the data broken out to where we see growth by proficiency. So it could be that those who are actually not proficient are growing the most, right? Whereas those who are proficient may be experiencing negative growth, right? And so since the data actually isn't broken out for us, we can't even determine who's growing according to their proficiency level, right? And so that's why just to leave it as growth in general, I think is more appropriate unless we were able to see who's growing by certain categories of proficiency levels, right? That's where I think the data isn't there for us to determine who's growing, who's not growing, who's negatively growing, right? And that may be something we look at in the future, that we look up being able to distinguish the data growth by proficiency level. And that may help us in determining getting pinpointed at this particular thing.
Carrillo?
Appreciate both points of view there. I really appreciate what Commissioner Brower said, those furthest away from opportunity. I don't know, just that phrase just really resonated. So thank you. And for Ms. Barnes, did you? Oh, I'm looking. Wait a minute. I thought the word specifically, it was highlighted a second ago, right?
Yeah, I've highlighted it on the one below because it looks like you're talking about satisfactory performance. But so I can change it on both.
No, it was, when I was reading it, it was fine. I just, 1 minute it was highlighted, the next minute it wasn't. I was thinking like,
And I just am asking you to look further down.
okay,
There's two possible motions. One, a report of unsatisfactory
I
performance.
see it now. But there's specifically as it relates to students who are not proficient.
It's in both motions.
And we added the word specifically there, right? You just did.
Oh, well, it's
always
been
been there?
there, but I was wondering if
So it's-
if Commissioner Brower wanted it changed to especially. If you put especially, it's broad, like Commissioner Burt was just talking about having it, and targeted, as well. As, I would just.
Targeted already by the subgroups, right? We already talk about the.
Drafted the way I'm hearing you
It's
wanting
fine the
it.
way it is to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I share the concern with the proficiency statement being there. Mainly for a couple of reasons. I absolutely agree that we don't know who grew and who didn't grow because we don't have it. We don't have that. Hopefully next year, we might have that. That might be something that we can look to see how we could get it if the state isn't going to be able to provide that, maybe somehow we can get it, because I think that is important. I don't think we've added this with other schools whose students weren't proficient and made a statement of specifically those who, so, why this school and not all the schools whose students weren't proficient? Why are we just saying this school and we haven't included it in all the other schools? We did? And I read the motion. Hold on, I want to go back to that motion because I don't. No, see, La Academia doesn't have it, so where did we? I thought we took it out of Amy Beal. Because I know we talked about it. So I'm sorry, I'm missing it. I'm missing the statement about, not proficient. I see it as it relates to, oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm more, because and I apologize for not paying enough attention, because we talked about it. I thought it was out, and I didn't pay enough attention in Amy Beal that it was out, that it was still in. I mean, we could go back and take it out of Amy Beal. But I'm not comfortable with it being in. So I would support a motion that did not have the proficient statements in. Because I think we're all acknowledging that the growth is a growth towards proficiency, but that yes, every student has to grow whether they are proficient or not. So that, to me, that's the underlying statement there, is that there's growth regardless of, and leave it at that.
So
Commissioner Taylor?
I would say a couple things. This conversation has been good in that, what Commissioner Manus said makes an incredible amount of sense. It could very well be that those kids that are not proficient are the biggest growers. And so I get where taking, leaving that out would be okay. I also think that that first statement, the negative growth for all students in math and for the specific student subgroups, kind of deals with that already. It sort of encompasses that. I just wish that there was a way that we could just reiterate the fact that we want those kids that aren't proficient to really be part of the target audience that we're trying to help,
Any other? We ready for a motion?
I'm not sure. Somebody would need to read it the way they want it.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Manus?
I think to address Commissioner Taylor's issue would necessarily, it would need to focus on the proficiency, right? Those who are not proficient, right? If we just had a point related to those who are not proficient, a totally separate point in growth, but looking at those who are not proficient, something specific to that, because that's what the where you're coming from is those who are not proficient, hoping to improve them to get to a level of proficiency. And I think that would probably address your concern with them, but it's hard to focus on proficiency.
I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to McCurdy Charter School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for students in math and for student subgroups as listed on pages 6 to 7 of the annual report. Working to meet working to meet performance on all mission-specific goals. The items listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Burt and a second by Commissioner Gibson. Any further discussion? Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Klossisilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson.
Yes.
There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna go ahead and make the next motion.
Well, the next.
It's, yeah, below. Right.
I want folks to look at the document.
Okay.
Microphone, please.
This is the condition document. So I don't know if everyone looked at it when you were looking at the annual report, but this was the concern that was raised. So if we're ready, sure, make the motion.
I move that the PEC accept the condition report from McCurdy Charter School and indicate to the school that the PEC finds that the school is making progress toward the condition and should continue to report annual on the condition.
Second.
Say that.
There's a motion by Commissioner Taylor and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Burt?
So I would support this, and I just think maybe one more year of like the same progress. That's it. Just that it's the first one. So just want to see that it's not a fluke. I don't believe it is, but I would say just one more time just to see that that it's consistent. And then I would happily say that nothing further after that.
So I have a question because this is the second year of the condition. This is not the first year. I'll be honest, I'm more of the mind that they've done it because they've shown a second year so that it's not a fluke. And what they've been asked to do, are things that I think are going to fall back. So I'm more of saying with these particular conditions that they're done.
So have they reached a complete correction?
It says on this report, they have completed everything except for the last one is always an ongoing because twice annually review the budget. You kind of expect all schools to do that anyway, so that they're never going to say, well, they can say they completed it this year, or actually they didn't because they're doing this in December, so they haven't had their second, but they're doing it. So that'll never completely close out.
Sure.
Because they're doing it, they have to do it twice a year. So, but everything else is completed.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment to drop that?
I'm open to it too. I would just ask that in the future, when we're getting updates, that it's like, I didn't see any, I don't have that great of a memory to remember this was second year. So when I read it,
Right.
felt like the first year report. So that's what made me think. So if we could get clarification on those moving forward, when there's a condition report of like what happened the first year and then the second year, because I'm not gonna remember that kind of stuff just off the top. of my
I've got just a.
So, yeah, it
packed
being
with
2
minutia.
years, if it's 2 years in a row and it's all like everything, I mean, then I would support it closing out. But I didn't realize that when I read through this.
Commissioner Carrillo?
So we've determined it's 2 years in a row, right?
Correct.
Great. Then I would ask that the motion be restated, not necessarily amended, because you can't, you
Yeah.
have that one statement, you can't. I would just say that the motion be withdrawn and restated with number 2 saying that the condition is complete and no further reports are required. That's would be my
Can I just
suggestion.
clarify? This is the first, this is a late report. So this report, she might have turned in her condition document twice, but this is the first time that you are seeing it. There is no annual report. This is the first annual report that will be posted. There's only one, there's not a report there. Is that right?
Okay, then we leave it the same. That's just what you said. Okay.
It will come up to you pretty soon in August or September if we speed this up, but it's not there. This is old though, which is why.
So that is correct. This is the first year that, because in the renewal year, the school did not have the condition, right? So the contract started in 22-23, and this is the 22-23 annual report. So there isn't a previous one. However, there was probably a set of audit findings that occurred, and there's now the fiscal year 23 audit just got published. Like, I'm looking at it for the first time today. And I don't know that you want to take that into consideration, but
We can't.
yeah, okay.
Then I would just say we continue with the motion as it was stated. Okay.
Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasicevich,
Yes.
and Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
Okay, there's 10 votes for, 0 votes against, the motion passes.
Thank you. We are on to Monte del Sol. So this is E, Monte del Sol.
Just to clarify that the highlight in orange is because they met their 4-year graduation rate and 5 and 6 were not there. I just wanted to flag it for you that I left it in, but I had a question as to whether you wanted it in.
So, I know for me, I'll support a satisfactory with the Vista score. But yes, we do have to, note, the math scores. So, I'm comfortable with a satisfactory and, language on the math scores, and I know that's being, now, let's see. Yes. They did have significantly more reds with their, but I think we're fine with the organizational concerns that are identified. Are we good? We almost were there.
Well, I just, we're there, that's fine. Okay, here's another school where math is really problematic. Just, and I'm gonna keep doing that, I think, for the next year or 5 years if I'm fortunate.
So, I'm sorry. So I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Monte del Sol Charter School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for all students in math and for the student subgroups as listed on page 6 and 7 of the annual report. 5- and 6-year graduation rates that are lower than the district and the state, and organizational concerns listed on page 10 of the annual report, indicators 2A, 2C, 2D, and 5C. All items listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. Any additional discussion? Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Klashisilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson.
Yes.
It's 10 votes for, 0 votes against, the motion passes.
We are now on to 10G, New America School, Las Cruces. Commissioner Burt?
The only one don't know, I'm just conflicted by, like, putting it out there or not. I mean, and maybe it is just, so their graduation rates, am I wrong? This is a re-engagement school.
It is.
I don't know if graduation rates are ever gonna be above the district and state level for this school. And so this is one in which, if we're gonna respect and know our schools, it feels like it's not, it doesn't feel good to put that in there, as in the list. One thing that might be interesting to determine if a re-engagement school is, graduating students at an appropriate rate or at a great rate, or I wonder if there's any way we can get an idea of, if you could ask PED to give us a report of re-engagement school graduation rates. And that way we can find like where the average is in there and if they're underperforming for like a re-engagement school. Because I don't like comparing them to district and state, but I'm not of the mind that just because they're a re-engagement school means that they're doing a great job or not a great job graduating based off of the rate that we see. But maybe this is actually, maybe they're not graduating their students very well compared to other re-engagement schools. So I'm wondering if that's something we can look into in the future, so that we can get a better idea of comparing more apples to apples. Because I think there are summer engagement schools that do a great job of taking students who would not have graduated otherwise and graduating them. But I also think there's opportunities for re-engagement schools to take students and if they had gone to a different re-engagement school, maybe they would have graduated. But because they chose this one, they're not graduating. And so that's my concern, is I don't want to like not put it in there because it is low, but I don't want to, like, it's tone deaf a little bit to say, oh, your graduation rate's a concern, obviously. But I'm scared to do that without more apples to apples comparison.
Noted, Chair, excuse me, Commissioner Burt, and we will soon have a data analyst who can do all kinds of crunching if we don't get that directly from the PED. I think that's a really great point.
So I would say for right now today, based off of the information I have, I would say removing graduation rates from this.
Commissioner Cuddio?
Acknowledging the CSI grad maybe instead of and that's it, instead of the second
Yeah.
bullet, just the first one.
So I would disagree. I want to leave graduation rate in there. They're going to a re-engagement school to graduate. Are they not? I mean, that's the point.
Let's say they're not.
No, but I'm saying, but I want to take the graduation rates into account. And as part of the motion, I don't think it should be removed. And as I look, I mean, I would support a motion in terms of unsatisfactory performance with those things that are listed. Because when I look at, let me get away from motions. When I look at not just grad rates, because to me, grad rates are never the be all and end all, because you can graduate with a D average. So what does that mean? Great, you can go work at an all-subs or something, which isn't to knock all-subs, but I think a lot of kids aspire to more. But I'm very concerned about the across-the-board 20% proficiencies in all the core subjects. I don't know. Even though they're re-engagement schools, I have high expectations. So there.
So, for me, these are cohorts that they get rated with the graduation rates. So it throws them completely off because they are a re-engagement school. So they're already off the cycle with their cohort. So they'll never get the rating that they need. Doesn't say that these kids, I've been to their graduations. They graduate their students, but they're not, because they're coming in 2 and 3 years behind. So the cohort that those students were with, they're going to be graduating in a year or two. So they will always be marked down because those kids came in. They have no chance of ever graduating with that cohort that the school is being held accountable for. So their graduation, they're not saying this looks like they're not graduating students. They are graduating students. So that's what we need that's the information we need. But they're never going to be able to graduate their students in the cohorts that the state is tracking them with. And I thought we were looking at growth more than proficiency. So we're acknowledging that very few of our schools have proficiency. We're acknowledging that there's low proficiency, but I think the school does for the students that they have. They're not showing serious negative growth. They're not. With the challenging students that they have, they're doing a really good job with what they have. I'm uncomfortable with saying they have to do, all of our schools have to do better with proficiency. Commissioner Burt?
I'll definitely not support an unsatisfactory overall, because this is one of the only schools I've seen where their growth overall, 17% in reading, in math outperforming the state growth math. Like, this is this is definitely a satisfactory school, almost to the point where I wish, this is why designations are very difficult for re-engagement schools. I believe I don't know when they come back up for renewal, but I can't wait for them to get on the new performance framework, because the way in which the calculations are done they're not gonna, other than growth, they're never gonna look great. They're not gonna look on paper like a great school, statistically, except for their growth, which that's the only thing that we can point to be like, how's the school growing its kids? This school is growing its kids. Their student groups are growing in ELA and in math. Like, all their student groups are growing. So I would definitely not, once again, I think it's important to acknowledge that they did get the CSI and graduation rate. I think that's the limit to where I'll put that's unsatisfactory. And that's only because, once again, I think if there was a SAMS model, I don't think they would even have that for them. But because it is what it is. And then the working to meet performance on one mission specific goal is valid. That should be listed. And then the organizational concern, those two organizational concerns. But this is actually a really good school. This is a really great school for this community and for these students. So I will not support unsatisfactory for overall.
Just a quick question, and that is that this designation is completely because of the graduation rate? Boy, I guess I don't get it, how they can be judged. In fact, I would support not even mentioning it on this deal.
Well, I see what you're saying. I think it has to be acknowledged. It's unfortunate. I mean, that's the unfortunate part, that it's because, Albuquerque Sign Language received a similar designation because their kids they don't have a graduation rate because their kids stay until 22. So they don't have a graduation rate, but they got the designation. That's where there's a fault in the system. And that's really profoundly unfortunate. And as Commissioner Burt said, at least we will be able to fix it on our part with how we're making decisions when the school can get onto, and I would certainly presume they're going to do option 2 for sure, or 3, but at least 2 to show us their data. But this is a school that really goes above and beyond to make sure that their students are graduating. But yes, they're graduating out of cohort and this is a school that also pays, because the state's not funding any longer the adults. They do everything they can to keep those students, and they pay out of their own monies, not out of SEG money, to keep those adults in, to make sure they're graduating, because they care about the person, not the money.
So I still got to ask the question, why do we have to acknowledge it on our annual report?
I think because part of the statutory requirement is incorporating the state accountability system in it. That's part of the statutory requirement on us but I would like to take it out, but I think we have to acknowledge it. I do, but it's the will of the commission. Commissioner Carrillo.
Curiously, when are they up for renewal, New Americas? Seems like we
They've been renewed.
renewed them, I feel like, right when we came on.
Yep, that's right.
Down in Cruces.
Right.
Okay,
So their
okay.
New Americas.
goes through 2027.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. Now,
They could jump on the new
okay,
contract.
so that's what I was just going to ask. They can do the new performance framework anytime they feel do it. Good. And knowing more about the school now, and with your compelling argument, Ms. Burt, no, I would agree. Thank you for enlightening me more. Then I'm already enlightened.
You are.
Any other questions? Okay. So I am going to, I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to New America School Las Cruces, excuse me, indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identifying the unsatisfactory performance related to the Vistas designation of CSI graduation and the working to meet performance on one mission-specific goal and organizational concerns listed on page 11 of the annual report, indicators 1B and 3C. All items listed should be corrected by the next annual report.
I second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson and a second by Commissioner Ingham. No? Oh, Commissioner Brower, sorry. The finger was just pointing down the road, so. Any further discussion? If not, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus, you,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasicevich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
There's votes 10 for, 0 against, the motion passes.
Thank you. We are now on to 10H, North Valley Academy. I know. Yeah. I was just looking. And I thought we were like, oh, we've done what? We have, but then I looked down and it's like.
So in North Valley, I would be inclined to, after there's time for discussion, just make a motion to accept the satisfactory performance. What others think?
Second.
Well, I didn't make a motion yet, but, so we have two people that stepped away. Yeah, I know, but it's just, it's, okay.
No, just.
All righty. In that case,
Yeah.
well, Sue, did you have any questions about North Valley at all? Okay. I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to North Valley Academy indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for all students in math and for the student subgroups as listed on page 6 and 7 of the annual report. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. The item listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Burt. Any discussion? Oh. He's gone.
Oh, sure. I don't know how to do, he's got this little thing up there.
Yeah, just,
Okay,
oh, no, he's
okay.
coming in. He's coming in.
Here he is. I can use pen and paper.
Yeah, just read off, yeah.
Okay, well, now he's back. Okay, okay.
Or just look.
Well, I could do that too. All right.
Chair Burt, or Chair Gibson. Vice Chair Carrillo.
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Klasicevich.
Yes.
Commissioner Brower.
Yes.
Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Burt.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo.
Yes.
There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
So commissioners, I'm going to ask, I think the next one might be good too. You want to do one more? Do you want to do Red River and then we'll take a lunch break?
If I could, 1 second.
Sure.
If we could do Sabe, next,
Oh,
if we
sure.
only do one more,
Here,
just 'cause-
sure, I have no problem with that.
and
Yeah.
then I don't care
And then
when
we'll,
we take a
yeah,
break,
you're
but.
right, because I don't want you, yeah, sorry. I forgot you're even on our list. I kept trying to think why you're here, and it just didn't connect.
Just to hang out, right?
Sure. So commissioners, so find me the L. Right. No, it's K on the motions. Oh, yeah, those don't match up with the motions. Yeah. So commissioners, if we could quickly look at K, Sandoval Academy of Bilingual Education, otherwise
On the
known
agenda,
as,
it's listed as L. Okay,
correct, but on the motions, it's listed as K.
we're on item L.
We're on
Oh, I
item
see what you're saying,
10.
because we did the thing.
We're on item 10.
Got it.
So,
Thanks for coming.
but in your in your Google Drive, it's letter K for the motions. Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, so Sabe's in my district and they're an incredible community asset. Some of the only opportunity for bilingual education in the area. And I'm very happy with all the massive amount of green that's available, the growth that the students are making, which is really exciting. And I think just that 4C, that staff credentialing, just making sure we move forward from that, never get a red on that again is really all I'm looking for. But to me, it's a pretty straightforward, report, and it's obvious the school's doing good things with their kids in the community.
If there's no other questions, comments, Commissioner Burt?
I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Sandoval Academy of Bilingual Education indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to an organizational concern listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicator 4C. And the item listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Burt and a second by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion?
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasich,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Congratu-
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming.
If you all haven't met Jackie Rodriguez, make sure you meet her real quick before we go.
So commissioners,
We just do this.
do you want to do, sure, I'm fine with that. And then we'll break, it should be noon then. So we're back to Red River. Julia keeps telling me she needs a break. I know. So in your motions, it's item 10I, Red River Valley Charter School. So, Becca? Matt wants to know where. Yeah. Talk about. Oh, interview.
Really bad negative growth.
So, Absolutely.
This one's pretty simple for me too. I mean, overall, it's a satisfactory school but that growth, I mean,
Yeah.
we have to be specific in that the growth is an issue massively. And then they have a red in accounting principles. Otherwise, I mean, they're almost all green on all the other indicators. So those are the two concerns. I think it's listed. I don't think this is a unsatisfactory school overall. But yeah, that growth is concerning. And so I can make a motion if no one else has.
Well, I just want to, before the motion's made, when I went to visit the school, Miss Rittenhouse and the others that showed me around, I spent time there. It's like you would imagine maybe in times of yore, the old schoolhouse, the old big red schoolhouse. Such a sense of community and belonging, and it was great to be at the school. So, and I would support you making your motion.
I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Red River Valley Charter School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for students in reading and math and the student subgroups as listed on pages 6 to 7 of the annual report, and the organizational concern listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicator 2B. Both items listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Byrd, a second by Commissioner Gibson.
Chair Gibson,
Yes?
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham, Commissioner
Yes.
Klasasilich, Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 10 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
So we are now on to Roots and Wings Community School, which is K on your agenda and L in your motions. Yeah, exactly.
Well, not really. It's
Yeah.
it's like 25 miles away. For northern New Mexico.
The students travel probably with both of these schools, they have people that really travel quite a
Yeah.
distance.
They want to
to
be
the
there.
school. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So on this school also, I just want to say that when I visited, has anybody here ever been to Topanga Canyon in California, Southern California? Topanga Canyon. It's a very storied area for a variety of reasons. This school reminds me of a school that would be in Topanga. Just a little school with a kind of a very alternative kind of way of being in the world. They're just, again, it's a sweet school, and kids obviously want to be there, offers a great option for instead of going to the district. And one just has to look, lately I've loved to rag on districts, don't I? One just has to, I guess, I'm just disappointed in districts, but it's, one just has to look at the town of Charleston, how small they are and how many charters they have. I mean, the demand for alternatives rather than the district school. So that's just something alone, but it's another little school that I'm proud of.
Make a motion. I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Roots and Wings Community School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for all students in math and for the student subgroups as listed on pages 6 through 7 of the annual report. The item listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
I'll second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Taylor and a second by Commissioner Carrillo. Seeing no hands up. Okay,
Commissioner Byrd,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Jaramillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasasulich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
yes,
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Secretary
Yes.
Beck, yes. There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
thank you. So we'll take a lunch break till 1 o'clock, yeah. I'm sorry, what? Absolutely. Okay, so thanks everyone for coming back.
Wow, but was that an option?
Commissioner Beck, thank you for being on here, being the only one here at 1 o'clock.
There was 1 vote for and 0 votes against.
Although maybe Commissioner Armijo was here at 1 o'clock, see?
There were 2 votes for and 0 votes against.
All right, thanks. So we are back and we are now on the sample motion, 10M, and on the agenda, it is, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to, I apologize. We are on South Valley Preparatory School, which on your sample motions is L, and on the agenda, it is M. So once again, if you'll take a look at the motion, the sample motions, and see if there's anything additional you would like to add to it.
I would ask Ms. Chavez, what was their reasoning for their failure to provide data? And what are they going to do to provide data?
I could go into the monitoring tool and see if it has that information. I do know that this school experienced, last year, they experienced a couple of transitions in leadership with their head administrator being sick. So typically when we get unable to provide, it means that somebody wasn't tracking and collecting that data, but let me verify.
I was just curious. That can even be, you can verify later. I was just curious about that.
And they do still have a lot of greens with the ratings, and is the finance reporting, is that the failure to report timely? Is it the finance reporting that we're talking about? Oh, mission statement, sorry. Yeah.
With regards to the motion, I mean, I would accept the way it's written. I don't know how others feel. Becca, I'm sorry, Commissioner Burt?
Yeah, I would say so too, just because if you, like, not having the mission goal data at all, to me is significant enough to drop them to the unsatisfactory overall. Even though they scored traditional, on the vistas, I mean, they're like kind of on the border anyway. And just nothing at all for mission goal is too concerning to put anything otherwise. And hopefully they fix that by next year. Like, that's ideal, but I think I agree. I'd support what's in the motion.
Yeah. Commissioner Brower?
Thank you, Chair. I agree. I think that even though they are traditional and the vistas, I mean, the thing that makes our, the secret sauce of charter schools are many things, but they definitely include having an ability to track your mission-driven goals and to be able to provide that, I mean, to us is one thing, but to the families, to the community, to show how you are innovating and providing a unique opportunity for young people without those goals in a way that can be shared. I agree. I think it also is an opportunity for the current administration to correct that. And so it shouldn't be necessarily a big lift on that to get the right systems in place to make that happen too.
And I agree. I sympathize or empathize with the situation that did exist, but they had a relatively stable interim that was there, and the governance council should be on top of this and say, what about? That it's not all on the head administrator's shoulders, that it's supposed to be, the governance council should know, they should have a cycle of when we talk about what and where are our mission goals. So it is concerning. And once again, this is just a notice. And next year, if, it turns around, and hopefully it will, then it's a clear slate again. Commissioner Creel, did you have your hand up?
I did. You had mentioned like board oversight and stuff relative to the school. And so I would just have to mention, therein lies why we discussed what we discussed yesterday in terms of the responsibility of a board, not just to check the boxes. Excuse me. And I know that, I think Missy does an excellent job with board training in terms of those kinds of nuts and bolts things. But the training and stuff that we were talking about yesterday, that goes way beyond, and a school probably wouldn't be in this position if they had the board oversight that, I think we all believe boards are required to do. So, but I would accept even though there's a lot of green, that doesn't negate all of the other stuff going on.
Any other? So we're ready for a motion? Okay, sure, you can do it.
This is for South Valley Preparatory School. I move that the PEC accept the annual report for South Valley Preparatory School and provide an annual report notice of unsatisfactory performance related to academic performance on pages 2 through 6 of the annual report, failure to provide data on the school-specific goal, and an organizational concern listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicator 2A, which should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Taylor. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Klostasilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
We're on to 10O, which in your suggested motions is 10M. And that's Taos International School.
Didn't Taos Integrated be first?
We already checked that off.
Oh, that's right.
They're all, yeah,
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
don't do that to me. In that group of 5.
Quick question for Ms. Chavez. Are they fully are they serving grades K through 8 right now, or are they building like they've got K4? The reason I asked that question is probably buried somewhere in there is that they have an enrollment cap of 418, but only 160 kids. So that makes me wonder, are there really 9 grades there right now?
So they are authorized for K through 8 and they're serving K through 8.
Great, thank you.
I mean, for me, the only thing that I see that's even is just the one growth for ELA. That's the only item that I might want to see, I don't have a problem with the satisfactory, but I think I might want the notation for the
Students with
for
disabilities.
students with disabilities in English language.
I agree. Overall satisfactory, add the
Add the language for the English
negative growth in
students with,
students with disabilities for ELA, and then keep the to be read.
yeah, because the audit finding is noted on page 9 with the concern. That is page 6. Getting urgent Trader Joe's list from neighbors. I just found out you're up there. I need the. People. Okay, we ready now? Okay.
So.
So, yeah. We ready for the motion? I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Taos International School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to it's not there. Oh, because I see it. It's second. Usually the academic is first. An organizational concern listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicator 2B, and negative growth in ELA for students with disabilities as listed on page 6 of the annual report. The items listed should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Burt. Sorry.
Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasisilich, Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. Yeah, we are now on to agenda item 9P. And in your motion suggestions, it's letter N, the Great Academy. And Ms. Morens has an update for that.
So this also has a condition, so there's 2 motions for this one. They have provided a response in their condition document, and then, as we were mentioning, they also responded to several of the scores provided by CSD that I don't think relate to any of the reds, but I did want to flag that for you all because there's 2 choices and just to see kind of the back and forth that happened.
So once again, take a look at the motions and see if there's anything else you would like to add to it.
So even before looking at the motion, one has to be alarmed at when you look at proficiency rates Like in math, I think it was what, 8 or something? Hold on, I have to go back. It was, you know, around there, or 10. And then, and you look at reading proficiency, what it is. Oh no, math is, yeah, around 6. And reading around, looking at that, maybe 16. And then you just have to wonder how the math works relative to you graduating 40% of the kids, and what do they actually know when they're leaving school? What do they know? What have we prepared them for? And I would posit that they have not been adequately prepared for anything in terms of what's next, based on looking at all of this information. So now, relative to the motion, I would say, I mean, when you have those kinds of numbers, you got to have some growth. Show us some growth. Show us something, right? So for me, there's definitely going to be an unsatisfactory performance, and we really need a reason. I really need a reason to support this school even remaining open.
Commissioner Beck?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just curious why we didn't put in the negative, or the problem with the proficiency in both reading and math into the motion. Is there a reason why we didn't do that?
It was in, I've just taken it all out based on what you all discussed earlier. You haven't put in proficiency on any other school.
We're,
Okay, all right,
we're focusing on growth
okay,
more than the proficiency, but so,
okay. Well, they can read, I figure they can read it for themselves. Because they've got a lot of teachers for 111 students, you know, so they probably have pretty small class sizes. So I'm sure they're going to be able to really focus on their growth, or their proficiency issues. And with the small class sizes, we should see some market improvement, I would think. Thank you.
I would also go further, because we want to start really, or we have in the last day or so, discussing to what extent boards are responsible for all of this. You know, looking at, again, accounting principles in the school. And I know that we don't have all of the audit findings in front of us in this report, but I remember there being multiple audit findings for the school. And then the attendance and retention, it's just, all of it's just kind of like it's just challenging. And I'm sorry on this school that we're not putting proficiency rates in there, but I understand why we're not doing that. Do we know also, because in looking at the green, I don't see anything in the motion relative to budget in terms of how, this doesn't come up with us very much, actually. What percentage of someone's overall budget is used on admin versus in the classroom? And you're shaking your head no. So do we analyze that at all? Because there's norms.
Commissioner Carrillo, we look at that for renewal, but it's not part of the annual report. There's not an indicator in the annual report that is linked to that.
So for this school, that's probably only in another 2 years, right? Is when they're renewed again?
At this point, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any comments on the motion, or do you know? A minute? Yeah.
Commissioner, Chair Gibson, do you want any comment about why we accepted some of the questions they had? No? Okay.
So when we did all the work on the performance framework and the discussions about the annual report, there's a cycle that takes place with the annual reports that the preliminaries go out, the schools have an opportunity to provide comment. CSD very often makes modifications to that because the school has provided the necessary information to say, here it is. So very often during those exchanges, there are changes and very up to the day of, you know, that because we want it to be as accurate as possible. It's not trying to get gotcha moments. We're looking to be fair with this. And in your documents, there are comments that were part of the record for the school that they disagreed with how the graduation rate is calculated and a comment about the gap, the audit finding. When we were discussing this as the performance framework group and what this was going to look like, there was a decision that was made, and it is in the rules, that a school has the opportunity to say, here, I still disagree, and it becomes part of the record for that school. But it is not that we're going to then change the annual report of the school. It is just that gets part of the record so that when renewal comes up and anything comes up, commissioners have access to this material, but that we're not going to change the annual report. And that is why in my motion, I'm going to keep 3B and 5B in there. Those are the items that the school did provide that comment with, but we're not changing the annual report. I acknowledge that the school provided that comment and it is part of the record for that school.
And we analyzed it and made any changes.
And that's fine. It is what it, yeah, it is what it is. We've accepted the report and we're acknowledging that that information has been read by the commissioners and it's part of the school's record at this point in time. Okay? All right. So I am going to move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to the Great Academy indicating a notice. We're doing unsatisfactory. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was reading the second one by mistake. A notice to provide an annual report notice of unsatisfactory performance to the Great Academy related to the VISTA's designation of CSI graduation, negative growth for all students and for the student subgroups as listed on pages 7 through 8 of the annual report, and organizational concerns listed on page 9 of the annual report, indicators 3B and 5B. All items listed should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second.
Here's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Carrillo. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Beck.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Blauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Klostasilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt. Commissioner Burt is not present. And Secretary Beck, yes, there are 9 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And now we have the second piece of this, which is the condition document for the Great Academy. So if commissioners would take a quick second look at this, and then we'll take a vote on whether how we feel the school is sitting with their condition. Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, so they're stating that they don't have to include items that for the foundation funds of, provided by the foundation. I was just asking, do we agree? Is that by statute and that they don't have to provide that information?
Could you give us the page you're looking at?
It's the first page of their, it doesn't have I guess it,
Oh, it's like the cover letter?
yeah, their
Yeah.
return. So basically what I'm seeing is they're saying that, they don't have information about the funds that the, board is, or the foundation is supplying, and that they aren't required to disclose where that money goes. And I'm just asking, is that a legitimate response?
I'm gonna back up on this one. This was a contract that was appealed to the secretary, and then we were able to put some conditions on it. My understanding of what they're saying, they actually did provide a letter attachment from the foundation that is here that says that they have not spent the money in a way that they're not supposed to. They have also indicated that the foundation board hasn't had a meeting where they discussed the funding of the foundation, or how the foundation spends its money. They've indicated to us that they do it other ways, I guess through some staff. This is, I mean, I can't remember how many of you all were on here when we did all of the letters, maybe most of you. We are limited in what we can do for foundations, with foundations. I think we have to accept what they have said, and there is a memorandum of understanding between the school and its foundation. If you found it unsatisfactory, we can go down the path again. So we have the condition, we have what they have told us. I'm pretty amazed of when you go to the nonprofit, laws, there's not a lot. So, if you wanted to look at it again, we could look at it again. But this is essentially what they've said. I know that I'm not giving you a great answer, so.
I guess what you did say, that in the nonprofit sector, they can do what they want, basically, and that it is not required for a board of a nonprofit to have meeting minutes and how they distribute those funds does not have to be a public matter. And I find that to be unusual. I thought that, but I'm not familiar with nonprofit boards, but.
Haven't found it. They do have an obligation. Well, the auditor found that it is still the money that comes from the SEG funding at the school and is paid for the rent payment, found that still is state money. There certainly is a much stronger kind of statement in kind of a press release than there is in the audit. I don't know that we are in that different a position than the legal research we did on this topic before. That doesn't mean that if you found this to be insufficient, that we couldn't go back and talk to them again. Um, it was, we actually asked them to have the nonprofit do a letter again that that answered all of the questions in the condition document, which they did. And we have no reason to think that that letter's not correct. But we're back to that, we're back to the conversation that we've had a bunch of times on foundations and how far we can go.
So let me ask, because the audit of the foundation is a component unit of the audit of the school. And the schools actually have to pay for the audit of the foundation. So could we not get that information then from that? Would we be able to glean that information out of the audit? What came in from SCG funding and then what was privately raised? Excuse me, could we get that information from the audit? I'm not 100% sure. I'm not that financial person. And I do read the audits, but as soon as I read them, I forget them immediately because I don't want to remember them. Yeah. So, well, we've got a business administrator sitting here.
Armchair.
But so do you know, would an audit segregate out what came in as SEG money and what came in as privately raised other monies? I don't know.
Madam Chair, I'm not completely certain. It would
Okay.
make sense that that would be the case, but I don't know for certain. But that's something that we would have to probably explore a little bit more.
I was just hoping that could kind of satisfy Commissioner Ingham's, and it's a concern.
They say that they have segregated funds, and I will tell you previously, they had no private sector funds. So I don't know if they have any private sector funds now or not.
But I think we found out what the private sector funds were from the audit, correct?
And I think and a lot of times, many New Mexico charter schools have a foundation, but they only rely, as Ms. Barnes has shared, on SCG pretty much alone,
Right.
public funds. Some foundations, the ones that I'm more familiar with, they are able to segregate. You do know if you receive funding from like the Kellogg Foundation, that it's a separate code within your uniform codes, so on and so forth. So it would make sense, without saying for certain, that there should be a way to see where is SEG coming in to a foundation, or where other funding is, because on the boards I'm part of, you can kind of see this is philanthropic funding, that sort of thing. So yeah, so I would say you would be able to do that.
Yeah, thanks.
I just don't know the mechanisms on how to seek that out within the audit.
So I can add that we rely on schools to report any assets that they have. Whether they would report foundation assets to the PED is questionable.
No, I don't think I'm asking that.
You're asking if the audit would indicate assets to the foundation from other sources.
And I think I'm almost positive they do, because that's the only way there would have been because that was part of the audit finding, that we were able to see that the foundation had raised no monies on their own, that the only monies that came in were directly from the school. So, I think we'll be able to find that in the next audit. Don't hold me to it. Yes. Commissioner Creel.
So in looking at the possibilities for motions, what was the specific condition? Because related to this school?
It is, you can see.
I see what the motion says, but what was the actual
No, I'm
condition? Oh,
pulling up I'm looking at the condition document. I think it says it
Oh,
right
okay.
at the top.
oh, thanks, sorry.
Page 16 out of 26. I can read it if you want me to.
Sure.
This comes from the Cabinet Secretary's order. It It is further ordered that in entering into the contract, the New Mexico Public Education Commission and the Great Academy include, but not be limited to, conditions pertaining to the Great Academy's foundation operations, the Great Academy Foundation financial condition, the Great Academy's instructional spending, the Great Academy's personnel and payroll, and conditions involving the Great Academy Governing Board training and board operations consistent with the training. And then there's a header in each section that was what they needed to comply with. So it's a little bit hard to tell you.
Okay, so my recollection, those are all relative more than anything to finance, everything you just read, right? That's what I heard.
Yeah, there's a
The
graduation.
graduation rate. So, because when we look at the motion, under the rating on conditions, there's, is making progress toward, or the progress is insufficient, or that the conditions complete and no further. To me, it's definitely not number 3. But it's like, why? My concern is that this doesn't pay enough attention to their academic lack of success. When we look at theirs, one would expect things to turn around and things to grow, there to be growth, and there just isn't. So I mean, I know this may not be an option in the motion, but when I look at number 2, that the progress towards because it says the condition, and you just named off like 7 or 8, I think that would need to be more specific. And so like this says that the progress toward the condition is insufficient, and then for me, the and is, well, I won't say what I'm really thinking, but the and is the commission is giving you notice that you're going to be on a letter of concern or a breach or something. This is severe. It's just like things going on and on and on with this school. I don't know that we're allowed to do that right now.
Well,
30 days.
Let me back up though. One of your options, you just did a motion for the school, but one of the options in the rule is an intent to put the school on the intervention ladder. So this is on this condition, and it was a form negotiated and agreed by the PEC that is in addition to the contract and in addition to all of the things that a school needs to do to satisfy you. So they can, one of the options for the overall notice, so possibly you want to go back to that and move to reconsider that motion, would be to indicate that you wanted to put them on the intervention ladder. So it's just up above, not on this condition itself.
You would have to change the motion relative to the annual report, because that's where it would be the appropriate mechanism to send the letter of concern that we're going on the intervention ladder. That's the mechanism, because the annual report. This condition motion is narrowly defined by the conditions that are set forth there. Yeah, so the growth and things like that is up above in the earlier motion.
So, so my question with that is, we have the ability to send a letter and indicate that we are going to place a school potentially. Right. So, I mean, I don't think we have to amend. I think we just do a new motion saying that we're gonna, that we're gonna do that. Okay. All right.
Yeah. It wasn't an amendment, it was a new motion to do that.
Then I would suggest having that new motion to do that.
Okay, so can we close out the condition first?
And then we do,
And then if commissioners want to go back to the earlier motion and vote, we can do that, but let's close out the condition first.
I feel like they have answered all of the conditions, whether we, whether they're aware, they're addressing them. I don't know. I mean, to me, it sounds like they're making some progress towards trying to answer those conditions. So, I mean, I think that I would be okay with making, they should continue to report on an annual basis. But they're making progress towards a condition in that respect, the condition as spelled out.
I agree, and I think the audit will be, I think our eyes on the next audit will be important. Commissioner Creo?
I don't see making progress as the same as answering. Yeah, they've answered. They said, this is why, this is why, this is why. Yeah, responding is lovely, but that doesn't mean you're making progress toward anything. And,
It's remember, it's just the condition. It's not the progress in growth or proficiency.
oh, I know that. This is all that financial stuff that was read off to us. All right, So then you're suggesting on the condition, option 1 is what I'm hearing. Yeah. Definitely not 3. And then 2, we would have to craft the language for the and.
Where are the insufficiencies?
Oh, you just added something up there?
I'm going to go ahead.
Okay, yeah.
I move that the PEC accept the condition report from the Great Academy and indicate to the school that the PEC finds that the school is making progress toward the condition and should continue to report annually on that condition.
There's a motion by Commissioner Taylor, a second by Commissioner Gibson. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Not, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner Klastasilich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Correa,
No.
Secretary Beck, yes. We have 8 votes for, 1 vote against. The motion passes.
I'm going to ask commissioners if they now want to relook at the motion on the annual report.
You mean the line that you just said?
Because we would have to make a whole new motion on that. Oh, okay.
So the motion that was just made, not just made, but the one before it would stand.
And then
This
this
would
would be
be,
the second motion related to that annual report.
okay, more of it is being typed out, so I'm trying to keep up here.
I'm sorry.
See, it's not always so easy to turn to the left, is it? I am too. That's the weird thing. I would not vote to change what we already did with this school right now. I think that there's going to be more information that we're receiving through the audit findings that are just being released, I believe. I know I haven't looked at anything yet, but they've just been released. I think moving into placing a starting the intervention ladder without us actually looking at the information that is literally being released to us soon would not be the best form for us to follow. I don't think that we need to rush to putting this school on an intervention ladder. They have been on the radar of the PEC for years now. And so I'm a proponent of us doing what we did already, not muddying the waters right now until we know, next month, we're going to be able to have much more information at our fingertips to take any other action. So I don't see this warranting us having a conversation about starting the intervention ladder at this stage.
Commissioner Carrillo?
I would tend to disagree, and that's because that's the information we're getting next month. If it actually is going to be next month. And what we're doing today is making our decisions based on the information that we have at present. The information is not good. So, yeah.
So I'm going to say for me, I hesitate to put them on the intervention ladder at this moment in time, only because I think there's other schools that have had fairly similar growth data, and we have not had this discussion. I don't want this to be somewhat guided by past history and saying, oh, we've had, yes, I acknowledge the past history, but I don't want to say, well, because of all that past history, and not just because of this, we're going to put you on the intervention ladder when there's other schools that have had similar charts that we didn't say. We want them on the intervention ladder. So I'd rather wait and see what happens, because I'm thinking about what that letter would look like and how we would differentiate them from other schools. And I know we don't have to do that in the letter, but yesterday we spent a lot of time talking about being consistent. And I'm concerned that we want to do something that we don't necessarily have. I need more information than just relying on this to do that. Commissioner Ingham?
So we can, as long as we have them on the agenda, we can at any time bring this motion back up, right? As far as if they need to be put on the intervention ladder. But they do have to remain on the agenda for that to happen. Am I correct with that?
Do. It's not really our habit just to keep someone on the agenda just in case we want to send a letter. So if that
It would take 2 months to do
we would have to put them on the agenda
right
for the notice of a possible letter of intent. And then the following month, they would come up to respond to us. So yes, that is a 2-month cycle. And then the commission at that second month would actually vote on whether they could get a letter of concern. You could move them up immediately on the intervention ladder and say, you're in breach of your contract.
So I guess what's attractive to me is if we move it in that direction where it takes 2 months, but at least before we put them on the intervention ladder, they would be required to come and speak to us. Is that the way?
The first month, they don't come and speak that month. It's a discussion with the commission and information from CSD to make the determination of whether we're going to put them on the agenda the following month for and in that letter, the concerns that we want the school to address are in that letter. It is at that second meeting that the school would be here to answer, because it's not fair for school to be blindsided by stuff that they aren't prepared to speak to if they came just that first month.
I guess I would feel better putting them on and we could immediately put them on the intervention ladder in that second month but they would have an opportunity to come and defend themselves, and then we would make a determination at that time. I think that for my feeling is that would be a more appropriate response, because I think if we're gonna put somebody on the intervention ladder, they probably ought to have an opportunity to respond.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why the intervention ladder is, but so here's, because this is the first time we're doing this through this annual report process. So in case the motion passes, this is saying we're sending you the notice of intent to put you on the intervention ladder. So at this moment in time, that letter would go out saying our intention is for next month for that discussion to happen. That's the way this is worded, which is a little differently than how we do. Yeah, so it is a little different. It's not that 2 months cycle, it would be next month. So that we would have to, at this moment in time, list out what those concerns are for that school to be responding to next month.
So I guess my last comment would be, could we, so since there's information that's imminent, could we go ahead at this time and put them on the agenda for next month? And that by not taking 3 months to get this done, but put them on the agenda for next month and say, with that, or do we have to issue a
We
motion?
have to have this language is, we're sending you the notice of intent to put you on the intervention ladder. So it has to be listed out, and the school because that letter would say, you will be on the March agenda for this, and these are the concerns we want the school to be able to answer to. Because that's the way the rule is written, which is slightly different than the stages we usually take on the intervention ladder.
This way takes 2 months, the other way takes 3 months, right? This way would be, they come, we give them the reasons why they're gonna be, the notice of intent, they come in 30 days, and then they have a chance to respond in another 30.
No.
Hold on a sec. They would come answering what we're considering. And they could certainly appeal that. I mean, we have the option to put them on a cap, right? Lord knows we've done that a million times with a particular school before. And then the cap comes, and then they say, oh, but we're doing this. And then we say, okay, then they come back and answer to us again, and there's another cap. And then I just think we've been down this road with other schools. And I'm not interested in having this draw into March, April, then May, then school's over, then it's summer, then they're off to another school year operating to me. And I don't have a vendetta against this school or any school at all. And I certainly hope if they're paying attention, they don't think that. I have a vendetta against any school that's taking tax dollars and not teaching kids. Okay, that's it. That's what and I'm tired of this going on and on and on and on. So I would like to save 30 days and do this today.
Well, fine, but to expedite things makes this a little more complicated, because that letter has to specify those exact areas now for that. It's not that they're coming up next month well, they wouldn't come up. They really wouldn't have to come up next month if it was just the regular cycle of a notice, because they would get the notice of possible letter, and then we would have the discussion and actually flesh out and send the letter. So we would have to, if the motion passes, then we would.
Wouldn't we just basically take those things that are in this report as being unsatisfactory performance and transfer them over and maybe add a few things if we felt we needed to me, especially the academic stuff? It's just taking those three hyphenated.
Well, wait a minute. The motion hasn't passed yet.
I know that, but I'm saying procedurally, wouldn't that end up being part of the motion? Because I heard you just say that we have to do it today if we're going to do something. It'd be those items plus maybe the academic concerns that we do today so that we get a 30-day jump.
Well, I'd rather have the discussion afterwards because I don't think that's sufficient enough. So I'd rather have see if the motion passes, because we're kind of talking about what might go into something that may not be sent out. So let's see if the motion passes. And then if the motion passes, then we look at what goes into the letter. I think that's,
That makes sense. Okay.
okay.
So in that case,
Julia has to work some
I'm gonna
magic.
tweak the. You're gonna Juliaize it.
Question then. Do we want to include in that motion financial concerns? Since we've just dealt with that and they're gonna provide their a yearly report on the financial concerns, or are we specifically concerned most with the academics at this point for the intervention?
Well, the motion can include both, because if we end up sending a letter that's going to state this is why we want to place you on the ladder, it's going to be much more specific as to all of the elements of the contract where we see challenges, and yeah, it's good. There's going to be a lot more specificity. So it would behoove us to put financial in there now.
Okay, I still I don't know. What do you think?
Commissioner Bauer.
You know, I have two things. First off, did we already vote on this? And did we already did this on this, right, Commissioner Beck? We already voted, so we're going to go back and redo something.
We're going to have a second motion
Yeah.
for the letter of intent, which is in the rule. So we can do that, but we've
already accepted it.
Correct.
And we already voted to send a letter.
The unsatisfactory.
I feel like this is super clunky, and we're letting emotions determine what we want to do with this school. I think that Commissioner Creel, to your point about the financials, you're right. This is based on last year's audits. I think in the spirit of what we want to have in terms of transparency and consistency, the values that we really laid before each other yesterday, we have fresh audits that are released right now that I've never seen a single one of them yet, but they're going to be released to us. It just behooves us as a PEC, and this comes off of the backs of so many people saying, as we were going through the legislature, that the PEC has their stuff together and they're a really good body. Why take that away from charter schools? Why have them focus on every single school in the state? We have a good reputation. I think these kind of situations hurt our body because we're making some decisions that we don't have to make right now. We don't have to make it. And it would make sense for me in terms of fairness, in terms of equity, for us to wait just for one more month, 30 more days. We're going to be able to look at the audits with a fine-tooth comb on every single one of our schools. And shoot, we might see that there might be some other schools that we have deep concerns about because of their financial audit findings that are now fresh and not a year old. And so I really do feel like I think we've done what we needed to do today. Let's live to fight another day. The school has been under our watchful eyes for a very long time. I think we are starting to see progress also from some of the conditions. At least when I was the chair in the conversations, I felt that there was some good progress. I don't think the intervention ladder is set up to weaponize shutting schools down. It's to improve. That's my, and definitely disagree with me. I'm okay with that, but that's my view. It's to improve. It's to see a situation, because right now the babies in that school deserve better, and we need to make that school fast fixing. And I just feel like this does feel like we're jumping into the next stage, when in March we can talk about it with like fresh information, and fresh information is so much better than a year old information.
Very convincing. I now agree with that situation. I don't think it's worth it to rush it. If it's an extra month, it's an extra month. We'll have fresh audit data coming at us in 31 days. I don't think it's necessary for us to jump quite that quickly. As you said, we've already put them on unsatisfactory with a lot of issues. I think that will suffice. Thanks.
I mean, for me, and I said it before, there are other schools that have had similar looking charts, and we didn't say, oh, we need to put them on the intervention ladder. And, oh, you know, so once again, it's that consistency and that fairness to the schools that, you know, why them? And I think they'd have a really valid reason to say, hey, how come me and how come? And, you know, I don't think it's fair. I don't think this is the moment in time to really do this. I don't think the financial issues are significant enough at this moment in time to say, oh, we're going to put you on the intervention ladder for that. I don't even see it. I'm hoping that the audit's going to look better. So I'm going to be half glass full here and that it's going to be okay. But we've also said, you're going to report again to us about that. So why can't we're in one letter saying, yes, you've got this unsatisfactory and we want you to continue answering about this. But then in another letter said, oh, and by the way, because of all that, this is, you know, it's like, it doesn't make any sense to do this, you know, to me at this moment in time. And I am not advocating to go back and look at all the other schools and say, okay, if you want to treat everyone equally, then we're going to send. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is let's take a look at what we're doing here and look through the lens of the school that may be listening, because I think schools are hearing universally from us. We want them to improve, but to say we're going to single out, excuse me, one school to almost use as an example and say, this is what we're going to do. I'm not comfortable with that at all. Commissioner Ingham?
Just one last comment. I think for myself, the bigger issue is what the foundation's doing, and we have no information and can't do anything about that anyway. I think that that's my concern is that our interface here is just gonna land us back in court again. And that's, I think we probably should take another month to get this straight and right. And if there's any ability to find out if there's, if what the foundation is doing is inappropriate, I would like to know that.
Taylor?
Okay, yeah, there are, you know, there are really two issues. We're dealing with two areas. We're dealing with the financial issue. We just passed a motion that said that they were okay and that we wanted them to report, not okay, but working towards, and we want them to report in a year, right? The other thing that we did was we said you're unsatisfactory on the other issues, including academics, and we want it corrected by the next annual report. To me, these guys have had a ton of time, and in every indicator, every academic indicator, there was no growth. In fact, it was negative growth in every subgroup and in every, you know, in every area of academia. So I feel like that's the bigger issue in my mind as far as what we need to send a letter for. But we've just passed a motion that said that let us know how you're doing in a year, basically. So I mean, I think this second motion sort of goes against what you said, what we've already done. So.
Hasn't spoken yet.
I agree. I actually, so when I read through this, it actually like the documentation is that predominantly the conditions are being met already or being certified that they're being met, like what they can, they're like, I don't see, I don't.
So while you were gone.
I know.
Oh, okay, okay.
I know.
So you're talking about conditions.
I know, I'm going to, because that to me is the part that matters when we talk about intervention ladder. So when I'm looking at annual report, if there's a condition that's unmet, then that's where I would take exception to going to ladder of intervention. Is if there's something that, because that, to me, a condition is something they already have had the conversation. Most of these schools haven't had the annual report notice to have, that they've had unsatisfactory, right? They haven't had that notice from us yet. But a condition, they have had notice from us. That's how I'm seeing it. So to me, it's like that's where, if I'm gonna go down the route of a ladder of intervention, it would be something to do with the conditions. And the conditions look primarily met. The only thing that and I'm on the same exact page, is one of the conditions was about the growth. Like that about the growth of the students. The graduation growth, I can kind of pull away from a little bit, and like, I saw their rationale behind it. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the rationale necessarily, and I do think the graduation rates, like, once again, like the only thing that's fascinating to me is their reporting of the graduation rates of like the 15 kids we had, all 15 graduated. That's 100% graduation, right? You know, so it's fascinating just to like consider that, like, that is great. If like they had 15 seniors last year and all 15 graduated, that's what we want. Like when we talk to them about graduating their students, I remember saying that specifically. If you have 4 seniors, I want all 4 to graduate. If you have 10 seniors, get 10 of them to graduate, or get 9 of that, right? Like, and if that's what they did, that's great. So that's why I think for me, I can overlook like the graduation as part of the condition, but the growth is something that was a condition. It's been discussed before with the school that we wanted to see growth be at or above similar schools, but I don't have that data to see if they're, even if though it's negative growth, I don't know if it's similar to what other schools are experiencing as well. So I don't think I have all the data in order to actually make a decision on if we should take a further look at growth as far as going down the intervention ladder. Because I don't have the data to support anything other than what their raw data is from Vistas. So that's a concern of mine.
Hmm.
3 years ago, 3 years ago, I remember I had just come on and the commission had voted not to renew the school in that previous December. And of course, they went to court. And of course, I mean, what happened, and I don't recall who here actually went online to listen to the hearing that they had. I listened to the entirety of the hearing, and it was super clear to me that this school was let off on a technicality. That's all it was a technicality, because they have great counsel. Okay. And if the renewal had anything to, it was going to be based on anything relative to the performance of the school and the students, there's no way on earth we would have been overturned. It was a technicality. And so now for 3 years, they've been operating and they haven't had growth. It's funny when the term negative growth, I call it decline. Decline, failure. I mean, that's how I would couch this for this particular school. And it's, just kicking that can. And that's what, and fine, I'm going to say my piece and I'm not going to introduce the other motion. But I just feel like we're kicking the darn can on this school down the road. And because they're not showing, they could be showing progress very incrementally on the financial side. But are we here because we want everyone to keep books really well? Or are we here because we want kids to learn? Okay, great. 15 graduated, 15 were seniors. How many of them could fill in a map of the United States? How many of them could name the 3 branches of government and do so in an essay with correct punctuation, capitalization, and so forth? I would bet not all 15. How many can fill out a job resume and a job application with no grammatical errors? I would bet no way all 15. Because we know from experience, and I know from having left Santa Fe Public Schools right after COVID, I know what principals did all over the state, what they did to get kids over the finish line so that, because you can't graduate kids if they have Fs, right? So rather than have Fs, they just used E2020 and they just pushed these kids over, coached these kids through E2020 over the finish line to be able to get their drive-through diploma. That's deplorable. And the PED even allowed that as deplorable and allowed, none of that data to be taken into consideration. No, I'm just tired of kicking the can, and I'm not going to introduce that motion because it's very clear there's no sense in doing it just for the heck of failure. I mean, what I'm talking about right now is on the record. This is how I feel, not just about the Great Academy, but I would say any school that's consistently not growing their kids academically. There's could be so many other measures where kids are happy, where they're baking bread in groups, and singing their cultural songs, whether they're doing all sorts of different things. And that's harsh to say, but it is what it is. And I was on the record in the school that I'm speaking of, I'm on the record for what I said to their board and what I said to their elders. It's like we're failing kids, and the thing I love about the PEC is I feel like we hold each other and schools more accountable than the districts do, and way more accountable than PED has ever done. And I love that about us. And I think it's consistency, and I think it's fair for us. And I have no problem. People said the PEC works really well. I tell people all the time. I said we could be politically different in so many areas, but we get along well. We talk about things, we debate things, we make a decision, and we move on. Every vote doesn't have to be 10-0. I don't care. I just care that we all, speak our minds and feel passionately about one thing, and that's making sure that we're educating kids. I just feel like this way, another 30 days goes by. 3 years has gone by, and it was based on a technicality. Karina, you remember, I'm sure. Technicality. I could not believe when the decision came back, and it took like 5 months for this district judge to come back with a decision. So they're already into the next school year. That's not, okay, respectfully heard. And that made me lose my train of thought. So that was your intent, wasn't it? But it's, there's just another 30 days. There's going to be another year and then another year.
I just want to make a request, it did say there, the condition says that we're going to look at their growth compared to similar schools, and we do not have that data. I saw graduation, lots of graduation growth and graduation data, but no academic performance. It said growth, academic growth compared to similar schools.
I think the only place I saw it was in that little chart where that it has growth as the first piece, and then it says graduation rates, and then there's a number. It says 3, and I don't know what that actually means. I think it might be one of the last pages.
Still graduation.
But I thought it said growth on the.
It's graduation growth.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Which is what the condition says, but
right.
There's no academic growth
Correct.
in
Right.
here.
And this.
So I think that we would need that information in order to consider that. So maybe that could be something that we can look at.
In that case, because the school reported the data as part of the condition, there's a form, right? That you all approved for the school to provide that information. Then, and we didn't catch it. I think we were looking at this as graduation growth.
The condition does say growth in comparison to state and district meet or exceed the average growth of state
similar
and
schools serving similar populations as determined annually by PED.
Is Bridget on?
I don't.
And you know what? That is part of what the
So
school is disputing.
I'm looking
The school
at
is
the
disputing
graduation
the
rate.
similar schools.
I'm looking at the contract itself on your website, and the condition begins on page 32. Do you want me to screen share?
I'm looking at, so I'm on page So there's page 15 of 15 of the annual report. The next page is the charter renewal documentation showing compliance with school condition. And there are two, for the 22-23 school year, there are two. But we only have the information on one of them. But that's that's where I'm actually on the page of, I do think it's time. I think it's an appropriate place to take time to move down a pathway of, this is something we might need to consider and look at, and take action on earlier than waiting till next year, because this isn't, something that hasn't been talked about before. This has been talked about. So this year's data for growth does matter.
So I, again, would ask where in the condition document that is captured. Because I'm looking at the condition. I'm not looking at the annual report. I'm looking at the contract and the conditions document on the PEC's website.
If you look on page 12, yeah, exactly. It says meet or exceed the average growth rates for similar schools serving similar populations with students who are English language learners, economically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities as determined annually by PED.
Graduation rate. I think that our understanding of it was that it was the graduation rate. And I
So
would
that language there of meeting or exceeding the average growth is not growth in terms of academic growth. It's purely,
That's
okay, so that was, so that the condition then didn't include, see, I read that statement as
there.
growth.
Well, yes, it does. But then when you look at,
So you're saying it's not growth academically, it's growth in their graduation rate.
yeah,
Oh, that's both, is what they're saying. The first one is just the raw rate. The second one is the growth in the rate.
Right, of graduation.
we interpreted it, and when you look at the, I'm gonna make sure.
Yeah, because,
If that's what it's about, then that makes sense. And that's why I was confused then.
yep, me too.
And it also then makes sense to not, to acknowledge the negative growth in the letter and then expect it to improve next year.
Because there was not.
And I do want to say, I was very happy when I read through,
Bullet is graduation growth, because if you, yeah, it is. Because it says have met or exceeded the, but here's the problem. Sorry.
I just wanted to say really quickly, one of the things that I was very concerned by with this school was the graduation and them having small class sizes, small senior sizes, and not graduating all those seniors. And I just wanted to say, I was very, very happy when I read through their information about how many seniors they had enrolled and how many they were graduating for the last couple of years. I was very happy to see that, including I was grateful because I think that their team is online, that they have, I think it said, I just want to give them credit for all of them. There's like 15, 16 seniors this year, and they're on track to graduate all 16 seniors again. And I think that is wildly important and a huge improvement from where I came in and had any kind of, oversight over the school of that, like a massive improvement on that. So to me, it does show a positive impact on if we're going to if we're going to have a high expectation or we're going to put something on a school, I do believe schools will rise to it. And that does make me feel good. So now I would just say, now if they can get the academic growth and keep up the graduation rates, but get the academic growth up in the future years too. I mean, I don't see a ton of problematic things with this report or with this school at this time. It looks like they really took the information that they were being given that they needed to improve on, and it really does look like they took the steps to improve a lot of the places. So I hope that the academic growth in the future, that's your next step, is get that up.
So I'm flashing the charter schools contract and performance framework that had this, this condition. And although it says academic improvement, that's sort of a header. And then it talks about meeting or exceeding state, graduation rate. And although it doesn't say graduation growth, this is something that we spent a lot of time working with, Ms. Barnes, who was instrumental in creating this tool, and talking about. And then you see where it says the school data provided talks about graduation 4, 5, 6 year, and then average growth rate, because we talked about how you can't really do average graduation growth rate, but it's all about graduation. It doesn't talk about vistas or academic performance on, the statewide assessment. So unless there's, and that was the discussion we had with the school and their attorney.
We're gonna
That
have to
was-
be careful on language moving forward, just
Yeah.
because like if it's, let's say, for example, Director Chavez wasn't in this role anymore, Patty's not here, I'm not here, Julie's not here. That's the kind of, like, we have to be careful about language and stuff like that, and what's in black and white on stuff like that, because that was confusing.
What I see here, it says the contract between the Great Academy and the PEC included conditions in the areas of, one, academic improvement. So even though I acknowledge that graduation rate goes into it, to me, when I read academic improvement, I'm looking at growth and proficiency. So, and I think, so the whole rest of that document is only talking about graduation, because that's all the school was aware that, because there were no growth targets that were set in there. So that's why there's the confusion that when they're talking growth, they're only talking what they were asked to respond to, which was the graduation. And you're right, hopefully we get better every time we do these things and we see that you're right. There's, when I read that, I think there has to, and I kept scrolling through looking for charts on academic growth, and there wasn't any, because the school wasn't responsible to have to do that.
Right, that was not the understanding.
Correct.
In the
So,
condition.
Yeah, we have to do our due diligence and be better at it when we're looking at it, and being clear as to what everyone is expecting with this. Sure.
Okay, what Mr. Burt was asking originally was, can we look at growth with similar schools? Can we still request of CSD that we have some, at least just for our own edification, how this school is doing with similar schools, and just ask for that from them?
I would just say, I don't think that's appropriate anymore, because then once again, we're singling out this school and not every other school that has negative growth. And I don't think that's appropriate. So unless we're gonna do that for every school that has negative growth on their annual report, I don't think it's fair to do that for this school just because they have some other conditions we're looking at, because we're looking at them more in depth because of other things. I think we have to keep it in the same vein as everyone else. So I think if you want to ask that like, on the side, if you're just interested, but I don't want that, I don't want that requested like publicly anymore.
I'm calling on myself. And on that as well, and on that as well, if you're gonna do similar schools, you look at Albuquerque, New Mexico, most of the schools are similar schools in percentage of English language learners and percentage of free and reduced lunch and all these things. So you don't have to go far, probably just like within one half square mile to find schools that are very similar.
This is the reporter. Is there a pause right now?
Sorry.
Yes, they're taking a bit of a, are you pausing? No, you're not pausing. Okay, have your microphone on, please.
Yeah, sorry. I had my microphone off. So we're on Tierra Adentro of New Mexico, once again.
I feel like I could go ahead and make a motion.
Sure.
All right. I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to the Tierra Adentro of New Mexico, the School of Academics, Arts, and Artisania, indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to negative growth for the student subgroups as listed on page 7 of the annual report and an organizational concern listed on page 11 of the annual report. Both items listed as unsatisfactory performance should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Taylor, a second by Commissioner Gibson. Any? Okay. Seeing no further discussion?
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Chair, Commissioner, ex-Chair, Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasta-Silich,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham, and Secretary Beck. Yes, there are 10 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. And we are now on to our last school, which is Tierra Encantada Charter School.
We'll start. Just, so I was at Tierra, what's today? Yeah, today's Friday. So last week I was there and, and it was great. It was just really wonderful to be at that school. And because historically, so this is around 2013, I think, when I was on the Santa Fe Public Schools. And it was at a time when a number of schools left, charters left Santa Fe because Secretary Scandera never saw a charter she didn't like. And some of these schools should not have been chartered by the state and we weren't going to reauthorize them. It was very clear to a number of the schools that left that there's no chance that we were going to reauthorize them. And Tierra was one of them. And they were really in the cellar on a lot of different levels. And I'll just cop to the fact that I've kind of held that against them for several years. And that wasn't fair of me. And so I really wanted to go to the school, and Danny Pena and, oh gosh, it's not Amanda, the principal, do you all know offhand, Karina, the principal of the school? I want to say it's Alicia. Oh, darn. But anyway, I mean, I was there for almost a couple of hours and just observing classrooms and just everything at the school and how far they've come. And I was just so impressed by the kids, by when it was time for them to travel between classes, and they intentionally gave them a few more minutes, the way they did their schedule, a few more minutes between classes, because high school kids need to check in with other high school kids. They can't just be rushed off in 2 minutes from one end of a school to another, denied all social contact, and expect that to fly. And so Danny, the principal, recognized a lot of the challenges that were being faced, and they addressed them. And I was really honest with them about how I'd felt 10 years ago about the school. And it was great. I just feel like, he had told me what they're up to and what they're doing and why they're doing it. And I just have very high hopes for Tierra Encantada and just the dual language there. I was very impressed by the school. So,
Commissioner Beck?
Quite quickly, again, in the proficiency, as referencing yesterday, again, challenges in math. Secondly, strong growth in both ELA and math. That should be noted. That's great. Thank you.
I'll start my motion by saying super proud of your school, Danny. Okay, so let's go to Tierra Encantada. I move that the PEC provide an annual report notice to Tierra and Cantata Charter School indicating a notice of satisfactory performance and identify the unsatisfactory performance related to the working to meet performance on one's mission-specific goal and 4- and 5-year graduation rates. All items listed should be corrected by the next annual report.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo, a second by Commissioner Gibson. Any discussion? If not, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Silic,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Armijo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes, there is 10 votes for, 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break. Thanks.
So granted.
Sorry. Discussion and possible action on a math symposium. Yeah, give me the almonds.
Well, my sense is we should just have a repeat word for word of our conversation.
No. No.
Yeah, I withdraw that, Adam.
Are we just skipping this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you. So item number 12, discussion of possible action on budget expenditures. So I think with item number 12, I think I'm going to say that we have a list of possibilities that I think the budget subcommittee will look at and can make recommendations when we come back, hopefully next month, and we'll have a better idea of what those might, and Matt had said yesterday that he's going to put that proposal for what our share might be if we go with that HR concept that he's got, but that he has to, we need to know what exactly it looks like in terms of what he's looking like, what his anticipated expenses from us would be. And we don't have that now. I would ask in just the next week or so, if a commissioner thinks of something, just shoot me an email. And it's something that the budget subcommittee can then take a look at, but it does take a little bit of time to find out what that cost might be. So that's why I'm saying like within the next week, so that the budget someone can find out the information and the budget subcommittee can work. So I think we're good with 12 then, because we're not doing 12B either. So 13, discussion of possible action regarding notice of intent to commence action regarding Alma de Arte School, Charter School, under the intervention ladder. Yeah, I am. So, but I wanted to. Okay. Yeah, just. So, commissioners, over a period of time, there's been some concerns that have been raised to the charter school division regarding, and I understand there's some parental concerns that have been raised. The charter school division has appropriately told those parental entities that they need to go back to the school. But there has been I would say that parents have continued to contact the charter school division. And the charter school division has, and I think the director will corroborate that she did communicate to the school. Director, do you want to say something?
Yeah, do you want me to walk through a timeline? Just because some people like to be sequential, start at the top. And I'm happy to. I've really been putting my head together with the sequence of events that have led us to where we're at right now. So, so basically, if that's okay,
Sure.
just want to remind commissioners that this school was renewed with conditions December of 2021 with a contract from 2022-23 through 2027. And so with those conditions, we have continued to work with the school. We did a site visit February 2023. And when we did, we provided some preliminary feedback to the school, as we always do. And then we also sent them a document, which is the very familiar looking performance framework indicators with where we thought they were at the time in April 2028. Of course, we can't finish the performance framework. We had to wait, and this is something that you're going to look at next month for this school. But the concerns that we noted were things that were related to progress towards completing mission-specific goals, issues with the administration of the short cycle assessments. They were using Illuminate. Lack of reporting on the condition for the DASH plan, because that was one of the conditions. Special ed program and some complaints that we had received. EL identification and English language development instruction. Lack of some timeliness in reporting to the PED. Financial audit concerns. Compliance with reporting governing board membership changes. When we were at the visit in 2023, one of the members of the focus group was presented to us as the treasurer of the board, but CSD never received notification of that person joining the board, and we never received notification of that person leaving the board. So there is no record that that person was on the board, except for he was at the focus group that we had when we visited the school. We also talked about low attendance rate and a lack of teacher mentorship program. So shortly thereafter, the school put the head administrator on leave. And they did timely submit a notification to us about an interim head administrator. And then they also timely submitted to us about the current head administrator who is in place right now. We asked the school for the end of the year conditional report. It was due on June 30th. We got it July 10th. But it was somewhat incomplete, and there was no analysis on the growth of student performance using their short cycle assessments. We've since received many complaints, as Chair Gibson indicated, from parents and others, staff, et cetera. And so as a courtesy call, I met with the head administrator to summarize what we had been hearing. And I think that was really just to share what had been received by our office. And we, at that time, just expressed a lack of a grievance policy or set of procedures so that the school could resolve it locally, because that's really what we want. And that didn't change things much. We continued to get many complaints. And so I sent a letter on January 5th to the head administrator and the governing council chair indicating some concerns. We were concerned about the governing council following Open Meetings Act and that the website had been under construction, and so there was nothing on the website that would provide notification of their meetings, their agendas, or their minutes. We also talked about the need to complete notification of governing board member transition for this year, 2023, 2024, because although they had submitted some information, the packet wasn't complete. So that's why you haven't seen that on your agenda, that there has been some transition of board members, and we only put that on your agenda when the packets are complete. So we asked for that. We also expressed our concern about whether the school was following the Attendance for Success Act, because we had been hearing about students being disenrolled prior to any sort of progressive notification or the processes that are contemplated in that act. And special ed also came up. And again, the internal complaint policy and lack of communication with families was something that we raised. There's been a series of emails back and forth. The school really hasn't said, here's how we're addressing your concerns. So we really haven't had an opportunity to get a one-to-one, this is your concern, this is how we've addressed it. And I understand a new head administrator is, adjusting to a new environment, and there's lots of things going on. But when we conducted the site visit, and here's where Chair Gibson also can add some contextual information. February 7th, we conducted the site visit to the school, and there were many concerns that were present during that visit. We received the renewal conditions that were due December 31st, the same day that we conducted the site visit, February 7th. And then at that same day, Chair Gibson let the school know that they would be on the February agenda. And 2 days later, we received from the Office of Special Ed at the PED a letter that Alma, the determination letter that says that they are on corrective action plan technical assistance year 1, which is the lowest level of need for special ed concerns. We also sent the annual report, the draft annual report, to the school, and there were multiple indicators where the school is either working to meet or does not meet. And our understanding is that we will have a final report for your March meeting. One of the things that we have also been concerned about is the arts integration. It seems that their mission goal around arts integration, they're also struggling to collect data or to implement. We'll see if they provide evidence contrary to that. But at this point, we sent them a preliminary saying that we don't have data.
So thank you for that. And, for me, some of the highlighted concerns, and I acknowledge that some of these have been partially addressed. The website was down for a significant amount of time. It was down probably since the summer. So that meant it was very challenging for anyone to find anything out about the school. And some of those parent complaints, I think, were directed at the charter school division, mainly because there was no place to find where how do I find the governance councilman? There was nothing. I had to go to Facebook to find the information about the school. So if I'm a parent, I don't know how to contact the governance council president. There's no process for, if I have a concern, what, do I fill out a form? What do I have to do to have this concern addressed in an appropriate manner at this school? But for me, the fact that the Students for Success, Attendance for Success Act may not be properly being followed, and that students may be being disenrolled without that act being followed, and the fact that some of those students are potentially special ed 504 plans. And and I'm forgetting the term, a manifest or a manifest.
When a student has an IEP,
Correct.
there has to be a special type of hearing
Correct.
before a student is expelled and to determine if it is due to the disability.
And that's referred to as a
Manifestation,
manifestation
determination.
hearing. So that has to take place, and there's no, I just need clarity as to whether all of that has been taken place, because the school, unfortunately, and I think Alan shares a lot of that angst with special ed concerns that had been at the school, and the hope was it was being, and I think it has been substantially cleared up. But if they are on the first year of a corrective action plan, it's very concerning to me that that's taken place. And we have had conversations with Public Charter Schools of New Mexico, and they are in the process of developing a board training that will take place in March with this board. And there is a mentorship that has been arranged. So I would also appreciate when the school comes up an update as to how many board members attended that board training to see, and just an update as to how that mentorship is going. I don't need to know the particulars about what they talk about and things like that, but what that communication has been like and the interaction has been like. So I would like a reflection on that for that March meeting as well. I think we're trying to be proactive here and giving the school the opportunity to hopefully clear up a lot of these things. And then take a look at those areas that may still need further review and feedback from the school. And if there's any additional, we'll have the audit by then. We'll have the annual report at our March meeting. So that will also be informative too. And there will be so correct me about the timing, the site visit report.
So 30 days after the site visit, which
that's
was
where we're challenged.
January or February 7th, I should say, then a preliminary. Did I get the date wrong?
No, you're correct. So the visit was February 7th, so 30 days would be about March 6th, March 7th
So that is prior to your.
for
next
the
meeting.
preliminary report.
Yeah, but we usually just send that to the school.
We usually
but
don't
we
make
could-
that part of our public documents.
Right.
The preliminary.
Yeah, because it's information to the school that lets them know what were the initial concerns identified, and that
They could vote.
they get an opportunity to make corrections before the end of the year and it shows up in their annual reports. We really do provide a lot of feedback to schools and opportunities for them to make.
So the only thing that I would ask is out of that preliminary report, if there was anything that was concerning enough that would
Rise.
put the school on the intervention ladder,
Okay.
that would come to us. It wouldn't have to be, the entire report would be shown to us, but those items would be presented to us and that the school would have the timely notice that those will be discussed. Or if we could just tell the school, how would we word that, that it would be in there?
I think you have two things going on. One is CSD is continuing its process to finalize the annual report and get the back and forth notice. The second is that some of that information from the preliminary assessment shows red concerns. So that as well can be identified by you at the next meeting. That's what this does, is it launches that conversation to say, do you want to consider it? You do not need to wait for an annual report to take action under the intervention ladder. So that will not stop the back and forth or the school saying to CSD, we don't agree with this because of the following, and please consider this information. This period of time is kind of overlapping. CSD is going to continue what it's doing for the next 30 days. And you, if you take this action, are telling the school that you'd like to hear about this and their responses and to it from an intervention standpoint. So two things are kind of going on at the same time.
Right.
Director Chavez, just for my context, what grades, I'm on their website and it doesn't say it anywhere that I can see. What grades do they serve and how large is their enrollment?
So the school is a 9 through 12 school. It's a high school. And I can give you last year's enrollment if you give me just a sec.
I think they're at about 130.
I was going to say
135, somewhere around there. Yeah. And also, I mean, even though the website is up, there's still not enrollment information on there. They do have governance council members listed, and you know how to contact them, but there is not a process there for what if a parent has a complaint, concern, how that's handled. So that although I appreciate the fact that the school did get a website up and running that is better than what they had, and it's actually statutory that the Students for Success Act,
Hard to
I have to rename that, that act and the process of disenrolling, that has to be on a school's website. And it's not there. So there are also some concerns raised regarding the use of grant monies. So that there were grant monies that were not used, that reverted back. And I'm just asking the school, we don't have to get into the particulars. I'm just asking the school to respond to their use or lack of use of grant monies as submitted through the applications of the schools, plain and simple. And then we'll see whether things are appropriate or not. Do we have any questions? So the next step would be that through the motion, we would identify that the PEC may take possible action on school going on the intervention ladder. The school would then receive, that motion would include the concerns that the PEC would like the school to address at the March meeting. And that gives the school the opportunity to respond, to be ready to answer questions for us. And I've communicated that to the director of the school. He's looking forward to being able to answer all of these. So, and I haven't, he knows what many of the concerns are. So he's well aware that he will be on the agenda. He knows the school is on the agenda for this month, for this discussion, and that the anticipation is that he would be at the March meeting and to address the issues that have been identified. Ms. Barnes?
I just wanted clarity as to whether you would just like the concerns listed and then your letter can show where where he can find, or where the school can find more information on the concern, or do you want both in the motion?
I don't think you need both in the motion.
I think by and large, the school should know where you can find that information.
And I wonder if you can even just say, like, even in just the motion, just say the concerns on academic progress, organizational and financial concerns. And then in the letter, expand all those. Just, I don't know why we would have to list every single thing in the motion.
Yeah, and the only reason I would say that we would, if there was any concern that it had to have been on the public record, but I can't answer that. But I'm fine with making this simple and expanding in the letter, because my concern is only that the school is made fully aware of the expectation of what they're answering to. Commissioner Creel.
I agree with not having the location information. I would read the text under concern, and the reason I would is that's what we did for the Tierra Montessori School. We listed everything, and I think we should do that now. If for no other reason, nobody can come back to us and say that we weren't transparent about what we were doing. So I'm going to make a motion unless, that's what I figured.
Because I have a question.
Yeah.
Because the motion.
Because the 45-day thing.
Is this off the record? Sorry. Are we off the record?
Are we off the record, Commissioner Gibson? For right now, yes, Cindy.
Thank you.
You just,
For all the special. It's there.
okay, all right. Any more discussion before a motion is made? Okay. This is regarding item 13, Alma de Arte.
Correct.
I'm doing the concern part of the chart.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No, I just said that to be consistent. Yeah, we're not going to do the location of information piece, but we are going to do the concerns.
To be consistent with how we've handled previous letter of
Okay, gotcha.
intervention
Okay.
matters.
Is it not fixed?
Well, the only thing he doesn't have to read is the right-hand column.
I'm not reading, yeah, I just won't read it. No, it's okay. It's all right. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so regarding Alma de Arte, I move that the chair of the Public Education Commission send a letter to Alma de Arte Charter School of the PEC's intent to hear from the school and the Charter School Division on the following issues related to the contract section. Okay, to contract section 4 and section 5, subparagraph 2 on the academic progress and organizational and financial concerns. There's the other two paragraphs. I further move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I further move that the Alma de Arte Charter School be placed on the March agenda or at a special meeting for the purpose of hearing a response from the school on these issues, then considering action under the intervention ladder, and to hear a report on the progress of the governing board. And finally, I further move that the executive committee and CSD It's not in the governing board training and,
But I asked for it
okay, what's the phrase?
when I was talking about, no, just leave it off.
Okay. And governing board training. And finally, I further move that the executive committee and CSD work to develop expected outcomes and deadlines that must be met by the school for the PEC to consider in March. Concerns listed. I see more text appearing. The concerns are show adequate academic proficiency and growth of the students, provide a plan for implementing the academic condition placed on the school, showing improvements in proficiency and growth, show special education compliance, show compliance with the Attendance for Success Act and enrollment and disenrollment processes, including lottery procedures. On the organizational and financial concerns side, concerns are establishment of finance and audit committees, addressing audit findings, show that the grants are being utilized and managed, establish a complaint policy at the school, and provide a plan for addressing parent and student complaints, provide a plan for teacher mentoring, and ensure that the rights of teachers are being enforced, provide timely reporting and notification to CSD and PED. Second. Okay.
There's a motion by Commissioner Creo, a second by Commissioner Ingham. And could the record please reflect that Commissioner Armijo is not with us? No, I'm outright. Is there further discussion? If not?
Chair Gibson?
Yes,
Chair Gibson, I'm sorry.
yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Burt?
Yes.
Commissioner Manus?
Yes.
Commissioner Brower?
Yes.
Mr. Klasasilich? Commissioner Ingham?
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 9 votes for, there are 0 votes against, and the motion passes.
Thank you. So we are now on to item number 14. Hold on. I know, no. This, I kept thinking I was on the wrong page, and I was actually on the right page. That's the scary part. Yeah, discussion of possible action on documentation and performance framework compliance, organizational indicator 3B. And we talked about this yesterday. There were just the 2 changes that, yeah.
Three B is it's the organizational indicator. That's what those documents go to. They are the compliance document in the performance framework.
Right.
It's called 3B.
Yeah,
Commissioner Burt, you had asked for them to be in one document, but I couldn't get Excel and Word to like talk to each other. So there's
Is there one in particular we should be looking at rather than the other one?
no, they are both needed. So there's 2 pages to the Excel spreadsheet and 1 Word document that create the documentation for the compliance organizational indicator. And the draft motion references, let me make that be right, documents 4A and B in the document materials.
Can you add in there that they should be combined?
in the motion?
Yeah.
How,
Can we put it
Figure,
in
that's
motion?
just the,
well, I've said that the
Just the
CSD can
formatting.
finalize the documents.
like, can it be clarified that they should be combined into one document? Because I don't want it to stay separate.
Okay, so we can combine them into a PDF, but then
You can even take,
sure.
this is, yeah, we're talking about just formatting. It doesn't have to be on the instructions don't have to be on an Excel sheet, and they can be rewritten. I just want to make sure that that's like, that they need to be combined. I don't care how the technology of it happens.
It's there.
Okay.
So I am going to move that the PEC adopt the documentation for organizational indicator 3B of the performance framework identified as documents 14A and B in the documents materials, and direct the Charter Schools Division to finalize and combine the documents and post the final documents to the website.
Second.
The motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Carrillo. If there's no further discussion, Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Silic,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 9 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
Thank you. And item number 15 are the two changes that we made to footnotes of the performance framework. So once again, there weren't substantial changes. It was the two changes, really, the one about the mission-specific goal and the, but if there's no further discussion, I move that the PEC adopt the documentation clarifying the academic performance framework identified as document 15 in the documents materials, and direct the Charter School Division to finalize the document and post the updated document to the website.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Beck?
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Chair Gibson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Brower,
Yes.
Commissioner Costa Silic, Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Burt,
Yes.
Secretary Beck, yes. There are 9 votes for and 0 votes against. The motion passes.
And we are now on to item number 16, which is discussion and possible action on the notice of intent feedback form and the FAQ document. And this is what we discussed, and this is our third reading of it for us to vote on. Do you?
I just had a question about the drafting of the second part of the motion, if that's the way you want it to read. About the person who would, you could just say identify a person who can complete the form.
I thought we had talked about the fact that this would be the first piece of the independent reviewers that would be hired, but I don't know if that process is going to be done quickly enough to get that done. So, so this is what I'm asking. Does it have to be a contractor? I don't think it does. So I think as long as it's identified who's going to be doing it, but I mean, I'm fine if the or contractor, if CSD somehow decided they needed someone to do it, if that flexibility is in there, but I don't think it's necessary to have contractor in there. I don't know.
I believe that Ms. Brown and I can do that.
Or identify the person, and that's it, yeah. Okay. We good? Commissioner Burt?
So the only thing that I was thinking, the feedback form, I don't think needs to be posted online. But that's more of an internal document. Yeah. And that's for the reviewers. It's not for,
So let me just, because I'm just going to ask, I'm just trying to think if it would be helpful if a applicant saw that feedback form, because I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't mind if it is or isn't. It doesn't matter to me. I don't know if it would be in any way helpful because the applicants see the rubrics for the application ahead of time. So that's kind of consistent, but honestly,
the only reason why I'm thinking maybe it shouldn't is I wouldn't want to have anyone think of the NOI having any barrier to entry.
right.
And so that's the only thing is like, if they're like, oh, maybe I'm not good enough
Yeah.
to do that, I don't know, like, it feels
Yeah.
like maybe it's like we're doing this as a friendly thing afterwards. So I feel like giving it to them before may put this weird pressure that we're not trying to do, but I feel like it's going to feel implied, like that the NOI is a little bit more pressurized than it is. Like there is no rating, but if I see a rubric of any kind, even if it doesn't say rubric, it says feedback form, I'm going to kind of take it as a rubric because I don't know, right? Like I don't have a relationship with the PEC yet. I'm brand new to doing this possibly. So to me, it may lead to people being like, maybe I shouldn't even put in an NOI or I don't know. Like it just doesn't seem necessary.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering if, are applicants, so I guess the question is, would an applicant, after the NOI was in, are we going to even indicate that there's going to be feedback back to them? Because are they going to be surprised if all of a sudden then they get this feedback form? So should it just be going forward, some indication to the NO applicants that feedback will be provided? I don't, I don't want someone to say, oh, I didn't expect this. But I also get what you're saying.
I mean, all of them this year will say that. We
Correct.
weren't expecting this. So I don't know. I think it's like, to me, it's just like, we want to keep it like
Right.
low key and minimal. And I feel like any kind of like, I think it's a bonus more than anything. So I don't mind if they didn't expect it and like, oh, bonus.
Unless it's not great. Missy, did you want to say something?
So the question is, do you put the blank form on the NOI information page of the website? We could just put language saying, the NOI form due on the second Tuesday of January, and applicants will receive feedback.
That's the ideal. Yeah. Okay. So we'll leave out that piece. Anything else? Okay.
I guess my question is, do you all then need to see that completed form? No. Okay.
Said yesterday, no. So we're fine with that. Right. They're not part of us, so we don't need to see that. And that also includes, it doesn't anywhere get part of the application paperwork that comes in. It just stays on record with you folks, and that's it, But I think there would have to be some kind of, I don't know. So what happens if an applicant then references it when we're having community input hearings or whatever? I guess that's on them. They can say what they want to say about it. Okay. And there's CSD folks there, so they could say something. Okay, thanks. All right. So I move that the PEC adopt the notice of intent feedback form and frequently asked question document identified as documents 16A and B in the document materials and direct the Charter Schools Division to finalize the document, post the frequently asked question document to the website, and identify that feedback will be provided. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I thought that was the piece about I further move that the Charter School Division identify a person who can complete the feedback form as soon as practical for each group that provided a notice of intent to the PEC in January 2024.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Gibson, a second by Commissioner Taylor.
Question about,
Sure.
should we say January of 2024? Or should we put 2024? I mean, we're not going to change this next year, are we? We'll just eliminate 2024, and that way we don't have to.
Go ahead. Okay. I will accept that. Okay. We are on to.
Whoa, don't we have to vote?
I'm just assuming everyone's voting yes.
This is my job. We can do that because she's gone.
Is she completely logged off?
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, Melissa, I didn't mean it
Yes.
that way, but yes. So, commissioners, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. We are now on to item number 17, which is discussion of possible action on scheduling renewal hearings and document submissions for contract amendments. Yeah.
So on the renewal hearings, I just thought it made some sense because the schools are going to be agreeing to submit early in September for a November hearing, to go ahead and identify those clearly in the record, and then those that are going to be submitting in October, and then you need to add the calendar date. So I thought it was probably worth a motion.
So what you have, it's not up there. What we have in our Google Drive is the updated calendar. It doesn't, looks the same to me.
It doesn't.
What will update it?
The motion update.
Got it. Okay.
Motion language updates it.
Got it. Okay, is there any, I mean, do I have to list all the schools? I'm happy to, yeah, I do, whatever. Make the motion. Is there any other, anybody want to chit chat about it? Great.
Your world, baby.
I'm walking through it. Okay, so, renewal hearings and calendar changes. I move that the PEC identify the following renewal hearing schedule for schools reviewing in 2024. On September 1st, 2024, renewal submittal November hearings, we have 21st Century Public Academy, ACES Technical Charter School, Albuquerque School of Excellence, Amy Beal High School, Las Montañas Charter High School, the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy, the Master's Program. For October 1, 2024, renewal submittal in December hearings, we have the Albuquerque Bilingual Academy, Albuquerque Institute for Math and Sciences, Aldo Leopold Charter School, the DEAP School. I wish I could pronounce that. Monte del Sol Charter School, Sandoval Academy of Bilingual Education, South Valley Preparatory School, Taos Integrated School of the Arts, the Ask Academy, the Montessori Elementary and Middle School, Tierra Adentro of New Mexico, the School of Academics, Arts, and Artesania, Tierra Encantada Charter School, and Turquoise Trail Charter School. And add the following dates to the PEC calendar. On October 9, 2024, 1:30 p.m., a virtual PEC meeting to collect questions from PEC members on renewal applications to be heard in November. And this would be on November 12, 13, and 14, 2024, PEC renewal hearing dates.
I second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Carrillo and a second by Commissioner Beck. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. And actually, item number 18, we determined yesterday we don't need anything, so there's nothing to do with item number 18. So item number 19, report from the Charter Schools Division.
I'll make this quick. I think that many of you have met Jorge, who is the newest member of the CSD team, and the other positions that are open for the PEC liaison, for the data analyst position, for the ed admin supervisor position, and for another ed admin A in our on our authorizing team are all posted, and applications have been requested. So in the next few weeks, we will be very busy interviewing people, and hopefully by the March meeting, you'll get to meet some other new staff members. I'm also talking to PED about the 2 staff members that I currently supervise that are ESSER funded, to move them over to Charter 2% funding and have their work focus on charter schools. They already are helping with a lot of things that the Charter Schools Division does. Ted has been helping with planning the conference. We've had a couple of really great meetings on conference planning. You all have the save the date. Take some with you before you leave, and please pass them around. Make sure that you're coming. Let me know how you all want to push into the conference. If you want a session, we're getting ready to send out calls for presenters. We like to hear from other charter leaders, and they enjoy hearing from each other. The feedback that we got from last conference was really positive. It had sessions to address the interests of all entities, all stakeholders, all people at the schools, from the governing board members who can earn credit to teachers who are talking about how they do a math lesson. So we still intend to organize the conference that way. We also would be welcome to hearing other suggested speakers. Please let us know. So we're working carefully on that. I just want to give a big shout out to the authorizing team. I think somebody said it earlier, but I don't think it was on the record. The authorizing team who has been working really hard to get these annual reports to you, to hear back from the schools and correct any inaccuracies. At the same time, a pretty heavy schedule of site visits, pretty much Monday through Thursday in schools, just doing a bang-up job. Really proud of them, really proud of all of the technical assistance work that happens. And, you know, we're reading, no, not me, but members of the RFP committee are reading offers. I understand that we received 4. I don't know from who. I don't know anything else about it. I am really not involved, and neither is Deputy Director Russell. But there is a evaluation committee. Jessica is heading up the work to make sure that we are going to review and follow whatever process. I'm sure Commissioner Beck would have more to say on that.
Yeah, we're going to have a 4-hour meeting going over our individual evaluations Tuesday morning at 8, and then the actual oral presentations, once we decide on the finalists, will be done a week later on the 27th.
Commissioner Carrillo.
Where's the conference?
Conference will be at the Clyde Hotel in Albuquerque, downtown Albuquerque. People want it to be in Albuquerque. It's convenient. We're hoping lots of board members get their hours. And so that's where it is.
You guys are talking in my ears. Something about Clydesdales?
No, it's called the Clyde Hotel. It recently changed its name. I can't remember what it used to be called. Yeah, the Hyatt,
The DoubleTree, one of those two.
or the,
It was the DoubleTree, I
it
believe.
was the DoubleTree? No, it was the
I
Hyatt.
stand corrected.
Yeah.
Okay, I know where you're talking about now.
Heritage Hotels.
Yeah. I thought it was that other one.
Right, it has,
Top, but okay.
yeah, yeah.
Heritage Hotels.
Yeah.
And reduced all their benefits because that's what Heritage.
Final thing I want to say about La Tierra is that at this moment, I am compiling information so I can tell you what it cost to close the school. And so that information, we're still collecting information from the school's former business manager and internal folks at the PED, but I know what our share has been for scanning and for contractors to dispose of assets. So I thought you'd want to wait for that to get something in writing. And one more thing, we are getting ready to publish the next iteration of the Charter Schools newsletter. Chair Gibson, if you'd like to contribute, I think the deadline I've been communicated is Tuesday. I know that's really quick, but things are fresh in your mind. And so let me know how I can help facilitate that.
I just wanted to say a real quick thing on the RFP, a real shout out to Jessica Juarez, who really, really helped me guide me through it because it's really can be quite confusing. So just shout out to her for her help.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. I would be remiss to not thank both Jessica and Samantha, who have really been trying to get your travel in order. And I think you see progress with the reports that you have in your hand today. So thanks to them. And the final thing is, before we leave, can I find out who intends to go to Chicago?
So, I don't have any additional update on school issues beyond Alma. So we've had that discussion, so nothing else has been brought to my attention, so, oh, happy days. I did want to, there's a number of us that have been involved in the indicators of distress work, which this cohort is just beginning. And I know Commissioner Manus indicated that he was interested in participating in that. So there's two things related to that. There is, and asking, did you receive the email from Amy, which has the homework in it? It's AIMEE. If you didn't, we have to, because we're going to have to schedule some time so that we can do that. Okay, so that's, I'm going to ask commissioners so that we can get together for that. There is another meeting virtually of the cohort for indicators of distress. And then the third is the convening in Chicago for that. So that sits outside what the A game does. So the A game hosts the conference. They're convening, they don't call it a conference. They're convening in Chicago. And I hadn't seen anything. So I honestly have no idea what is going on in regards to that conference, because I haven't seen an agenda. Do you have you seen an agenda?
Not an agenda, but if you, the A game convening we went to in Denver last year, it's gonna be like that.
Okay,
So it was day one is gonna be A game convening, and I think it's gonna be similar to what we experienced in Denver, just their next version of it. But the indicators of distress meeting is that Friday
right.
morning from like 9 to noon is indicators of
Right.
distress, but I think they'll also have A game sessions during that time as well.
Right,
This is May 2nd and 3rd.
correct. So if commissioners are familiar with, because I have attended a number of the virtual sessions of the A game over the past couple of years. I unfortunately had to miss Wednesday because I was driving up and I was on a phone call, so I missed Naomi's session on Wednesday. So if you're familiar with that, and most of the people that are there are people that have actively worked with the A game group, which we have through the performance framework. So we're asking commissioners at this point in time, though I think everyone that's in the cohort for indicators of distress have already registered. So we're set. The only thing that we need to check is to see if, I know you registered early, I registered early, and I think Karina registered early, because NACSA is paying the registration fees. Oh, I thought it was for anyone.
No, so they'll pay for 50 NACSA members, but one from each organization.
From each organization, okay.
So it's one of us, but they said to look out for an invoice. So I'm assuming whoever's gonna get the zeroed out will get an invoice that says 0. And the rest of us will get $2.99 bills.
All right, so let's go under the assumption that everyone has to pay the registration. It's just easier. And obviously arrange your own travel. I know for me, I have to come in the night before, so what is covered by A game is the one night's hotel. But I think most of us have to go in the night before, because I know I can't get a flight in and be there in time for the start on Thursday from where I am. I just can't. So I'm going in the night before. So that will be reimbursed through our reimbursement. But the A game is covering that Thursday night's hotel. Thursday night, because it ends like at noon on Friday. So the expectation is you're leaving Friday. But I know for me, I've checked flights and I can't get in. I have to come in Wednesday afternoon to be able to be there for the registration on Thursday. No, the registration does it start early on Thursday? Honestly, I looked at it.
Seen an agenda, but
No.
my wonder is if we could pick a date by which people let us know so that we can pay for everybody's registration with one voucher.
Last year, isn't it that the registration, it doesn't start till like noon, right? Yeah, it doesn't actually start till like 11 or 12, but I can't get a flight in that'll get me in before like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I have to come in Wednesday. So I'm going to ask anyone else that wants to go, you make the decision by the middle of next week? Okay. So let Karina or let me know that you, I'm sorry.
Then she has
I don't
to
know.
3 hours up to.
Yeah, for me, it doesn't make any sense to drive. I can actually get a direct flight in on Wednesday afternoon. No, actually from United. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do, because anything on Thursday, even the direct flights are late, so I can't get in. Okay, so everyone will let us know by Tuesday, so that by Wednesday, so that for the EC meeting, we'll have it clarified. It's, once again, it's all authorizers. So it's really good conversation with people from all around the country. What are you doing? It's often an affirmation of, wow, we're really doing, and people say, wow, you do that. So it's really, but it is that networking and the conversation that goes on about, well, how do you do this with, not in the, because a lot of it is small group work. It's not, at least last year, they were in very small rooms, so you were divided out. If you didn't get into the session early enough, you were locked out because that's how small the rooms were. But that makes it really, to me, helpful, because you're not just in a mass room listening to someone up front. It's very hands-on most of the sessions. So I'm sorry. It's right in the heart of downtown. I believe, so. Yeah, I forget the name of the hotel. Okay, so please, let us know, if you're interested in going.
And Chair Gibson, really quickly, I know that Jorge came down to meet us, and so we could introduce him. And so you were down here, so I didn't want to just sitting back there. Come up here, if you would. Tell us all about your life and what brought you to PED, and yeah. And how do you keep your sneakers so white? You just have to push the green button. Sorry to do that to you, brother.
All good. Nice to meet you all. My name is Jorge Gonzalez. I'm from, oh man, close up. All right, I'm from California. Just moved here a couple years ago, and I'm working for PED now. Yeah. What do you guys want to know?
First, I want to know, where in California?
I was born in the San Fernando Valley. Lived in Silmar for most of my life.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. I'm from Southern California. I'm from the other side of the mountain, from the hill. I'm LA proper. And I'm a snob about that in terms of being LA proper. But so that's cool. What brought you to New Mexico?
Job opportunities. You guys have a lot more job opportunities for the state. Everything pays better. Over there, it's pretty hard to even get a job at Target or something. A lot of competition compared to over here.
Holy smokes. Well, we're glad you came. So what is it you're going to be doing again?
IT end user support for
Okay.
half and for the IT division downstairs.
Okay. Well, welcome. I'm Steve, by the way. I'm Santa Fe, Rio Arriba, and Taos counties to the Colorado border, District 10.
Tim, District 2, and you saved my phone. Thank you.
All right.
Real quickly, Jorge graduated from a charter school in California.
Great.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah.
For all the help. Thank you for all the help today, and good luck with us moving forward. That's all I'm gonna say. You know? If you're gone Monday, we fully understand. Okay. And Missy Matt is on, so if you could promote Matt, we have the report from Public Charter Schools of New Mexico.
Matt has left the building.
That was 20, that's 21 legislation. Oh, okay.
I don't see Wayne, Valerie, or Matt anymore. Is he by phone?
What is the phone number? Is it the 5699?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so mystery phone.
Matt, you have speaking permission.
Now to unmute.
How about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for promoting me. I like that language. I haven't been promoted in a while. Thank you. A couple notes just from us. We did hire a new CSP grant manager. His name is Chris Narkin. He's managed federal grants before. He also worked at the public ed department, both in the policy division and the operations space. So really excited to welcome Chris, and really excited to have some extra horsepower on this grant. There's a lot to work on to get set up. We did have our initial kind of introductory webinar at the end of January. Then we move into a pre-application webinar at the end of the month. That is really just going to go one step deeper. And then once we get into our application actually being approved by the feds, we will have a much more in-depth training on how to do that for schools that are interested and have met their eligibility criteria. So we're excited about that. As you know, session just ended. Couple thoughts. House Bill 207 did pass both chambers. That is the one that changes lease assistance from a may to a shall. We are hopeful that the governor signs that. It does a lot. One small word change does a lot for our schools, particularly on financing those long-term homes for themselves. SGR 9 did not go any further than House Education. I know we were all tracking that. And we're really looking forward to some conversations in the interim to help people understand what our opposition was about, which really had to do only about the authorizing space and not about the governance space at the SEA level. So I think we'll be hearing more about that. And we also successfully reduced the storage requirement for the new governing board training law that was passed, which that was really our school's biggest gripe, was just paying for that storage, those meetings. You all could attest to, if you knew how many megabytes this meeting alone was. You know, that's our meeting. Our governance council meetings aren't that long, but it's just something for us to be being mindful of. And Senator Stewart did oblige to move it from storing recordings from 5 years to 3 years. So excited about that. We are hosting a legislative recap session for members on March 19th. Not a lot of bills this session, which is great, because I think it'll give our schools some time to do some workshopping together, maybe on issues that are only adjacent to what's been recently passed but are burning. As everybody knows, we're waiting on a calendar rule. And I'd say out of this legislative session, that would probably be the biggest concern right now, is the calendar rule and the fact that the budget didn't accommodate big changes in calendar. So we're closely watching that, and really depending on the content of the rule will tell us how we did on the budget. But generally speaking, education budget didn't move like it used to. We had an LSC rec, an LESC rec, and a rec from the executive, and the budget that ended up passing was lower than all three of those recs, which very rarely happens. And so it's just, I think we'll all be watching this budget situation here, and we'll keep you apprised of any real elements that come up, or those conditions that really make this budget challenging. And then, as I mentioned at the work session, December 11th through the 13th will be our annual conference at Tamaya. So excited to have you all there and host your meeting. We will get that figured out, and some information back to you in the next month or two here. So that is it from PCS&M.
Thank you so much. So I think item number C was requested from commissioners last month, just for a reminder to commissioners that if you are visiting a school that's outside of your district, that you give a notice to the commissioner whose district you're in, that you're going to be visiting. And if the commissioner wants to be there, he can be there with them, or she. But just a courtesy that I'm going to be at the school.
And I think we talked about make sure the school knows that you're coming.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you for reminding me that. Yeah, that we're, you know, schools always want us to be there, but we all have bad days. And, you know, that surprise, here I am at the door, and some schools, it may be difficult. So commissioners had asked that the call that the call be made to the school and say, you know, I'd like to come visit, unless there's been the invite by the school, you know, then that's no problem. But that if you'd like to go and see a school and really have the opportunity to have the conversation with the folks that you want to, the school should have an opportunity to be ready for that in case it's not a great day, or, you know, everyone has different calendars too.
Just real quickly, Sandia High School was less than a mile from the APS headquarters, and we were blessed all the time with surprise visits from Scott Elder. And our administration would freak out. And Scott was a principal here, so he just knew the people and all that stuff, but still that sense of freak out from Scott being there. So I get it. I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah, and you're right. Sometimes you're the school that superintendents like to highlight, and it's like, oh, let's just come see this school, and they think you're, yeah, it's, people get into a routine for the day, and sometimes that routine gets a little, broken up, and it's just courtesy, yeah. So just, please keep that in mind.
Really quick.
And I
Sure.
like to give them time to plan the
Hold on.
parade.
So, but
Commissioner-
I'm not, so if anyone goes to my schools, you don't have to tell me, I don't care. Like, if they're in my district, I don't care, you just do what you want. And also, I don't know if I'm super, I mean, they're public schools, I can literally go talk to a principal, like, if, I don't know. I don't know if I'm of the same opinion necessarily. And so I think, if I know that other of you guys want to know if I ever go visit another school, then I'll happily do that for you guys. But I don't know if it's, I don't think it's right to have like an ownership thing when we have a couple commissioners that have no schools in their district, but they're all of our schools and they're all our kids. And I mean, I don't mind giving a courtesy notice to any commissioner who wants it, but I also don't mind popping into schools either. I think that's, sometimes that happens. Like, I'm in a place of town, I have an extra hour. I want to just be able to like go to a school that's nearby. And I think most charter leaders appreciate that more than they would be like, I mean, if you come in and you're critical of them, then yeah, you're going to leave them with a bad impression. But if you go in and you're kind, I don't think they're going to leave with like, I can't believe they just came in without asking. And if they do, whatever. I don't know. I'm not of the same exact opinion. So if unless there's a policy, I don't know how I feel about this and telling other commissioners how to do visits.
Commissioner Ingham?
Yeah, I have to second that to some degree, because I'm pretty go with the flow. And, like, one of Commissioner Beck's schools is my grandson's school. So I'm there. I'm taking many opportunities to talk to the.
I'd like you to call me every time you take your grandson to school, please.
That's a problem. Because I'm gonna be at the doorstep of the school calling, the commissioner to see if it's okay if I go there.
That's a whole different situation. That's like saying if, Becca's got a kid in the school and it's not their district, it's like, she's not calling every time. That's a whole different scenario because you're not going there as the commissioner. You're going there as the grandfather.
Well, that's true on that school, but I have to
So
admit that I've.
that is not ever contemplated that, if
Well,
you've,
I guess what I appreciate is what Becca said, that her schools, she's not concerned with that. I have, Melissa's gonna be the one that I'm gonna have the most interface with her schools. And I'm not really sure I know how to get a hold of her at the right time, so I will try to make sure I have everybody's phone number with me. But those are the schools I am driving by, so, that's what happens to me is I'm driving by and go, oh, yeah, I wanna be there.
The challenge is like with Tierra and Cantata, I talked to Danny days in advance. And so they were available, they slotted out time, because they're busy. I mean, charter leaders, way more busy than normal superintendents. And I just, and it was nice that way, because they're always going to be in the middle of something. Yeah, that's all.
Okay, yeah,
We got it.
Yeah.
I just always get concerned when we're trying to impose value, like a way of doing business onto another commissioner. Like, we're independently elected in our district. And I don't really, anytime we've talked about like how another commissioner is supposed to behave, I always kind of push back on like, no, if they want to only attend on Zoom, I think there's a line of like how a commissioner wants to behave as an elected official, unless it's illegal. Like, we're adults and we shouldn't be in each other's business like that. And so That's the only reason why I push back a little bit, is like it gets a little too, unless there's a written policy somewhere.
We're on to item number 21, which is update and discussion and possible action on legislative actions. Well, Matt gave the update. Yes, SJR 9 went away, but it didn't completely, it didn't die. You know, the sentiment is there. So, excuse me? Well, it's bipartisan. It truly is. And there were a variety of reasons why it didn't get, it didn't. So in case commissioners aren't aware, it was heard on in-house education. And in-house education, the two sponsors were unable to be there the day that it was being heard. So they heard all of the four, and there was a lot of opposition. And thank you, Commissioner Ingham, for going and offering the comment in opposition. And there were, on the Senate side, there was in person, there was very little opposition. And they refused to recognize me online. So there were a lot of very ugly text messages that resulted out of that. But, and there was only benefited me. So when it got to the House, I always appreciate Representative Romero, because he always recognizes anyone there and online, whether you're for or against. So there was a lot of people in person in opposition, and there were 4 or 5 of us.
But he wasn't there.
He was there by the time I was online, people were. He was there. Yeah, he came in. Yeah, he was there because he was the one who recognized me. Yeah, he came in towards the end of the hearing. So he was the one who recognized all the folks that were online for opposition. And then it was decided that the legislators wouldn't have any comments because the sponsors weren't there. So they tabled it to Friday, and then it was never put on the Friday agenda, and it never got on House Ed, so it never got to the floor. But there is substantial sentiment for that. So the commission needs to be proactive with this and not wait and see if another amendment gets passed. So we will continue to update everyone. Yeah, and this is a 60-day, and I think people heard the opposition, but whether they understood the opposition is a different story. So I think there's some education that needs to go on, and there's going to be a lot of conversations that's going to have to be coordinated. So we'll keep everyone updated. Commissioner Ingham?
I just wanted to say there was opposition to the whole idea from quite a few people at the education hearing, other than us. Ours was pretty much just to try and get our amendment through to them. But there was a lot of opposition, just straight up opposition to the whole idea, because it's.
Well, the opposition had nothing to do with us, by and large. There were a couple of entities that expressed concern over not having a plan for charter schools. But the vast majority of opposition was, this is just not a good idea to restart the State Board of Education. And it just wasn't well planned out. I think they got that message. And if the plan is that they do want to go forward, they're going to be better planned this time. So do we. So we need to, I'm sorry. They've done both times. The LESC did an analysis 2 years ago of this. They used the exact same LESC analysis this time when they submitted, but LESC did do a study. It wasn't, I wouldn't say thorough, but when they proposed it 2 years ago, there is an LESC study of it. Yeah, well, and whether they do or not is another story, you know, but, they understand that they have to have better homework than what they had, this time. So it's, you know, it's important, and it's something that, you know, 60-day session, legislation's being formed now for the 60-day session. So it's not something that you can wait on. So we'll keep you updated. Item number 23, discussion of new topics for the next agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion of possible action to provide, I don't think we have anything for that, because no one in their reports reported anything that they're going to have to take a vote on or anything. So item number 22, we don't have anything. So item number 23, discussion of new topics for the next agenda. So Commissioner Brower?
Thank you, Chair. I think one thing, I'll keep this super brief, but it came up again today. I think the biggest injustice outside of low expectations for our children is the low expectations to get reimbursements out to schools. That fills my heart with such ire that I can't even tell you how upsetting that is to hear. And it's across the board. A lot of the small districts that I work with that are 100 students or less, they are in the same situation, and you can't carry a school that way. And there's no excuse. And so I do think that we need to have a conversation as an agenda item in upcoming meetings on how are we working with the Secretary of Education to really solidify a true plan to make sure that all schools across the state are receiving timely reimbursements for things, not just lunch, but special education services, the title funds, any of these types of funds. We have to figure that out. And I'll just share what makes me the most mad is that $4.5 billion of our state budget goes to this building. And I work also with the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, and I can get an RFR in and get that back within a week. Why can't we do that here? There is no excuse. It's the same DFA. It's all that same stuff. It is a culture of low expectations. And we need to start to assert that more, because it's not just our schools, it's all schools, and we have a lot of people that would clap behind us to make this right. And I don't know what it's going to take to jar this through, but it is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. So I would love for this to be an agenda item for maybe ongoing months for us to kind of figure out a good plan on that.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for that, because it's tragic. It really is. Yeah. Commissioner Ringo?
Yeah, because, you know, we were talking about the action to provide input on committees, and being on the PSCOC, they are who authorizes the lease reimbursements. And I'm not sure if they also might have something to do with transportation. If I remember right, they buy school buses. I know they buy them, but I don't know if they have anything to do with it.
No.
Okay. Anyway, as far as the lease reimbursements, I've already kind of advocated for that anyways. So if I need the input or the authorization to talk about that to them, I have nagged them severely about lease reimbursements.
So I guess the only question, and that's your role there, is to advocate for the charter schools. So I don't think that's anything that needs to be taken action on, but I know, as an example, when Commissioner Robbins, when the issue that would be coming up would be taking a stand on increase, because at one time there was a battle what the MEM was actually going to be. He came back to us and asked us if we supported the higher or what was being recommended by PSCOC. So that would be the only time, if it's going to come up to a vote. And there's a division in your committee, and what direction would you like us for you to go? I mean, most of the time we support the higher number, but
The problem with that is knowing that it's coming up the month before, you know, because sometimes these things come up and I only get the workbook for those meetings like 2 days before. And it's difficult to just assimilate what's on the workbook, let alone contact everybody and ask, is it okay? So I may contact you, okay?
Sure.
If it comes up to
yeah,
that.
anytime. Yep, sure. Okay.
Break that you wanted something on. That's the thing? Got it.
Oh,
Okay. Oh,
oh, yeah.
yeah, that's stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So kind of in that vein, and in the vein of what Commissioner Brower said, let's start working on our what we want on the legislative session now for the 60-day, because I know that the reimbursements, nothing should take longer than 30 days, you know, for the schools. And, but on the transportation side, you know, finding a couple reps, couple senators to do something on the transportation piece. Because just as all public school kids now getting a meal, they should also get a ride, you know, to get their meal. Yeah, we'll tell them, meals don't do any good if you can't get there. Oh, our slogan. No, anyway, so legislative, I would like to really be proactive and getting people on board for that particular thing.
Okay. Will do. Sure.
Never mind.
You don't have it?
You get other times to do this too, so you don't have to get everything out.
Yeah. Well, when you remember it, just,
Don't say it today.
yeah, send an email. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I said, never mind, because I don't want to sit there.
We are on to item number 24, PEC comments. Oh, I was,
Madam Chair, I just got one quick thing. And you're gonna like it. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Secretary, you all did great today. And you did great yesterday. I really appreciate all the work that you've done. It feels different on this side. I feel way over on the, you know, Northwest territory right now. But you guys are doing great. I also wanted to reiterate Southwest, I thought. You're right. Commissioner Beck, I wanted to reiterate what you shared about the RFP team. Jessica, Bridget, and now Missy have all just done a stellar job, and super excited to jump into those this weekend.
Thank you. Real quick one.
Commissioner Beck.
Let's keep math issues on the top of mind, what we did yesterday.
Thanks. I just want to thank everyone for making my first meeting back the longest that we've had in like forever. So thank you for that. So motion to, oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Microphone, please. Thank you.
We've never had a meeting for the lottery schedule.
Really my fault. So,
No, I was thinking that somebody from.
well, being senile, so it's me being senile. So it's you, me, and KT. Who is our CSD liaison for that, the lottery? The lottery task
Centralized
force, the
lottery.
lottery committee.
There's a lottery subcommittee.
Wasn't that Lucy?
Okay, we have a folder
Oh,
in your
I'm
drive. It's folder
food.
10. And so it's listed in there. Let me check.
You don't have it committed to
I
memory?
don't have it off the top of my head.
You don't have it tattooed on your wrist? Or text it to me or whatever.
Yeah.
I will try to schedule a meeting for the four of us. Because I've been lollygagging.
So do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Safe travels.